Chapter 868. The Fox Elder possessed 45% sword intent, which was enough to break through Yi Xian's golden sovereign body. However, Yi Xian wasn't someone to be trifled with either, so he immediately slashed out with his sword. Annihilation slash. Boom! The 45% sword intent clashed with the 40% sword intent, but what remained was Yi Xian's attack. What? The Fox Elder was shocked. He was a level 4 supreme being with 45% sword intent. How could such an attack be broken by a level 4 supreme being brat? Burning Eye. Yi Xian didn't waste any time and directly used his secret technique on the Fox Elder. In the next moment, the Fox Elder felt a heart-wrenching pain. The Eye of Illusion was suitable for dealing with a group of enemies. After all, it didn't consume much eye power and could instantly affect several people. However, the Burning Eye was still the best way to deal with a single enemy. It could burn the enemy's mind and reduce their combat strength. A mere level 4 supreme being dares to act arrogantly in front of me? Let me see who your master is. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. This time, he suddenly made a move, and that was to use that precious advancement point to upgrade his Heavenly Eye Clan bloodline. Ding! Heavenly Eye Clan bloodline upgrade successful. All Heavenly Eye abilities have been upgraded. The system notified. The Heavenly Eye Clan bloodline only had one advancement path. Every time it was upgraded, the effects of all Heavenly Eyes would be upgraded. The effects of the Eye of Insight, Eye of Illusion, Burning Eye, Eye of Control, and Eye of the Void had all been upgraded. The positions of the Eye of Control had been upgraded from 5 to 10, while the Eye of the Void's position had also been upgraded from 1 to 2. Burning Eye. Yi Xian's eyes widened again. The Fox Elder was in so much pain that he was curled up on the floor, constantly twitching and screaming. With Yi Xian's current strength, he probably didn't even need to make a move to kill a level 4 supreme being. This was the strength of the bloodline. Eye of Control. After the bloodline upgrade, the power of the Heavenly Eyes had increased significantly. After using the Burning Eye twice, the Fox Elder's combat strength was estimated to be only 30% to 40%. This was the strength of the bloodline. Ding! Control successful. The system notification rang out. In the next moment, Yi Xian removed the effect of Burning Eye. Greetings, Master. The Fox Elder was in so much pain that he was hovering between life and death. His body was covered in mud, and his hair was a mess. He looked like a crazy person. Who was your previous owner? Yi Xian asked without hesitation. Yes, the current 6th prince. The Fox Clan Elder answered without hesitation. Indeed, Yi Xian's heart trembled when he heard this reply. There weren't many 5th Tribulation Supremes in the Imperial capital. Only the Imperial family would dare to be so arrogant. All right, I got it. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and went straight to the old fox's yin and yang ring. Then he took away all the good stuff inside. There were 500 jade blood essence pills in the white Fox Elder's interspatial ring. He was indeed worthy of being the prince's servant. Take a break first. After saying that, Yi Xian led Luo and the Fox Elder into the forest. Now, he wanted to do an experiment. The reason why he used the advancement points to upgrade his Heavenly Eye Clan bloodline was because he wanted to use the Eye of the Void. Before the Heavenly Eye Clan bloodline evolved, the Eye of the Void could only locate the target once. After the evolution, the distance increased and the location increased as well. Coincidentally, his clone was in the charming Fox dynasty, so he wanted to see if the Eye of the Void could allow him to fly to his clone's side. Luo, come in. Yi Xian brought Luo into the storage space. Young master, what are you doing? Luo was confused. She only knew that the Void Crystal was useful to Yi Xian, but she didn't know what effect the Eye of the Void had. You'll find out soon. Yi Xian smiled devilishly and used the Void to locate the target. At the same time, his clone, who was training in the dangerous land far away, also located the target. The original body and the clone located the target at the same time. The Void door opened. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flashed, emitting a dark light. Then, the space in front of him suddenly opened up a hole. This was the Void door opened by the Eye of the Void. Its effect was the same as a secret land. As long as one passed through it, they would enter another world. At this moment, Yi Xian directly passed through the void door and arrived at the location of his clone. It works. Yi Xian was overjoyed and let Luo Luo out. Luo Luo saw that the surrounding environment had changed greatly, and, at the same time, she saw Yi Xian's original body and clone. She was shocked. "Young master, where are we?" Luo Luo asked with a confused expression. Yi Xian grinned and merged with his clone to upgrade his clone's strength. Then he said, "The Ghost Swamp, one of the 3 dangerous lands in the charming Fox dynasty." "What? The Ghost Swamp?" Luo Luo was shocked and turned around to look. The environment there was extremely bad. The sky was filled with boundless dark clouds. The heaven and earth essence chi in the air was disgusting. From time to time, there would be some strange cries. This was indeed the Ghost Swamp, one of the 3 danger zones of the Fox Charm Sacred Dynasty. "Why are we here?" "The imperial capital is several days away from the Ghost Swamp," Luo Luo asked in surprise. "Haha, this is the young master's newly opened eye of the sky." Yi Xian grinned. In the next moment, he opened another void door and brought Luo Luo back to the forest outside the imperial capital. This time, Luo Luo passed through the void door by herself. However, the Eye of the Void consumed a lot of eye power, and with the void door, the eye power will be consumed quickly. After using the Eye of the Void twice, Yi Xian's vision was hazy, and it took him a few seconds to recover. The amount of eye power the void eye consumes is calculated based on the distance between the coordinates. The further the distance, the more eye power it consumes. Using the void eye twice has already depleted my eye power. However, using it once to escape is not a big deal. Yi Xian thought to himself, and then let Luo Luo out. Wow, this secret skill is so powerful. Doesn't this mean we can go anywhere? Luo Luo was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. "You're thinking too much. This void positioning must be done personally, and the distance can't be too far. But it's good for escaping." Yi Xian grinned. The Eye of the Sky bloodline's effect would increase as his cultivation level increased. So, the Eye of the Void might be able to return to the Eastern continent directly from the charming Fox dynasty. After the experiment was successful, Yi Xian's confidence increased greatly. If he ran into any trouble in the future, he could just break through the void and leave. "All right, you've rested enough. Change your clothes and call your previous master out," Yi Xian said to the Fox Elder. Chapter 869. "Yes, master." The Fox Elder nodded respectfully. He changed into the same set of clothes and entered the Imperial City. What was Yi Xian's purpose in coming to the Imperial City? It was to obtain the other half of the Charm Fusion Crystal. Originally, he wanted to control a prince to gather information. He didn't expect a prince to come to him on his own accord. This was good news. "Luo Luo, take 500 Jade Blood Essence pills and refine them." Yi Xian threw 500 Jade Blood Essence pills to Luo Luo. Even with Luo Luo's unique physique, it wasn't easy for her to completely refine 500 Jade Blood Essence pills. It would take at least half a month. Luo Luo would probably reach the peak of the 4th Tribulation Supremacy in half a month. Now that my doppelganger's strength has been upgraded and I have a lot of resources, I should go to the major cities to purchase the Jade Blood Essence pills and refine them without limit, Yi Xian thought to himself. Then, he ordered his doppelganger to leave the Ghost Swamp. That day, he sent his doppelganger to train because he wanted to kill a supremacy sacred beast to break through. Secondly, he wanted to search for treasures. Who knows, he might find something necessary to open his sky eye. However, now that he thought about it, it would be more convenient for him to go to the city to purchase the treasures. After all, money makes the world go round. The auction was still going on, and the 6th prince probably wouldn't come out halfway. Hence, Yi Xian and Luo Luo waited outside for a while. About half an hour later, the Fox Elder led a young man in white into the forest. This young man was the 6th prince by Chuan. So it's you too, Trash. You want to compete with me?" The 6th prince snorted as he approached. Yi Xian didn't waste any time. He directly used the burning eye on the 6th prince. At the same time, the Fox Elder behind the sixth prince also attacked. 45% sword intent. Bang! Although the sixth prince was a fifth tribulation supremacy, he didn't expect his most loyal servant to attack him. Fortunately, his sovereign golden body was incomparably strong. After all, he grew up eating the jade blood essence elixir. 45% sword was actually unable to break through his sovereign golden body. What a powerful sovereign golden body. However, can you withstand a spiritual attack? Yi Xian's eyes widened again, shooting out two beams of light. Eye of Illusion. With the Heavenly Eye Clan bloodline, the effects of the Heavenly Eye Clan's Heavenly Eye had been greatly enhanced after its evolution. The combination of the Burning Eye and the Eye of Illusion had caused the Sixth Prince's mental strength to plummet. His strength had also been reduced by at least 20%. However, Yi Xian knew that this was not enough to control the Sixth Prince. Do it! Yi Xian bellowed. In an instant, He Luoluo and the Fox Elder all attacked the Sixth Prince at the same time. In terms of comprehension, Yi Xian was only at 40% sword intent, while the Fox Elder and Luoluo were at 45%. However, in terms of attack power, Yi Xian's attack power was above Luoluo's. The Sixth Prince had to endure the immense pain while also enduring the attacks of Yi Xian and the other two. One was ravaging his mind while the other was ravaging his body. He could not help but howl at the sky. You're courting death. The Sixth Prince roared and launched an attack at Yi Xian. Whoosh whoosh. The wind howled. The Sixth Prince's punch was infused with 50% of his fist intent. If it landed on Yi Xian's body, he would probably be smashed into minced meat. Fortunately, the Sixth Prince was under the effects of the Burning Eye and the Eye of Illusion. He was only attacking casually, so Yi Xian easily dodged the punch. Damn, a fifth tribulation supremacy is no ordinary person. Yi Xian thought to himself and attacked again. Burning Eye of Illusion. Boom, boom, boom. One attack after another landed on the Sixth Prince's body. At this moment, the Sixth Prince's sovereign golden body was broken, and his body was covered in blood. Among the three of them, apart from the Fox Elder, Yi Xian and Luoluo could barely break the Sixth Prince's sovereign golden body. Of course, they could only barely break it. Moreover, Yi Xian's intention was not to kill the Sixth Prince, but to control him. Their attacks were only coordinated with the Burning Eye to weaken the Sixth Prince's willpower. Due to the difference of two realms, Yi Xian used the Burning Eye on the Sixth Prince 5 times. At this moment, the Sixth Prince's willpower was almost worn down, and his combat power was less than 50%. The Sixth Prince, who had finally escaped from the illusion, was shocked. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Who are you? You dare to attack me? If my father finds out, your entire family will be executed. Your entire family will be executed. I have control." Yi Xian's eyes flashed. A wave of energy drilled into the Sixth Prince's brain. In an instant, the Sixth Prince's eyes changed. Ding! Control successful. After hearing the notification, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Under the siege of the three of them, the Sixth Prince had finally submitted to him. At this moment, the Sixth Prince was kneeling on the ground, covered in blood. It was a horrible sight. He raised his head in a daze and weakly shouted at Yi Xian, "Greetings, master!" Yi Xian did not waste any time. He directly threw a few blood bottles containing his own blood. The Sixth Prince drank the blood bottles, and his injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, because his sovereign golden body was too strong, he had to drink 3 bottles to recover to his peak. Huff, huff. The Sixth Prince rested for a while, and his spirit began to recover. At the same time, Yi Xian walked over and took off his interspatial ring. Mother Faster's Cur, you really bought a lot of things. Fortunately, most of them are heaven and earth treasures. I can swallow them. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. He did not argue and swallowed all the things inside. Unfortunately, these things could not help him break through to the peak of 4-stage Supreme Being. Yi Xian was a little disappointed. He said to the Sixth Prince, "All right, I have something to ask you. Have you heard of the Charm Fusion Crystal?" "Yes." The Sixth Prince nodded. "Do you know where it is?" Luo suddenly asked. After all, this matter was related to her. The charm fusion crystal was divided into two pieces. The first half was stolen by the Fox Queen several hundred years ago. Recently, the Fox Queen's secret realm appeared. It was said that she was taken away by two Fourth Tribulation Supreme beings from the Barbarian Bull Clan and the Human Clan. Its whereabouts are still unknown. As for the other half, it should still be in the Imperial City, the sixth prince replied. Tell me more about the other half, Xianxia said. I'm not sure about the other half, but my mother might know, the sixth prince replied. Hearing this, Xianxia and Luo looked at each other. The mother that the sixth prince mentioned was the sixth prince's mother. At the same time, she was also one of the emperor's most beloved concubines. All right, then go and ask. Xianxia nodded. Chapter 870. It wasn't easy to refine the charm fusion crystal. Firstly, one had to be a member of the Fox clan. Secondly, even a member of the Fox clan might not be able to refine the charm fusion crystal. Otherwise, the charm fusion crystal would be in the hands of the current emperor of the Fox clan. Xianxia immediately asked the sixth prince to change his clothes and tidied up his attire. He then brought the three of them back to the Imperial City. No one would have thought that the sixth prince, of Fifth Tribulation Supremacy, would be controlled by Xianxia. With the Eye of Control's ability, even the emperor wouldn't be able to find anything strange about it. Luo, you should go back first. Refine all the Jade Blood Essence pills first. Xianxia said. Okay. Luo nodded and left. She still had 500 Jade Blood Essence pills. With the charm fusion crystal and the enhancement of the Beast God bloodline, it was enough for her to break through to the peak of Fourth Tribulation Supremacy. As for Xianxia, he also returned to his residence and continued to refine the dragon luck. However, he had already sent his clones to the major cities to sell and refine the Jade Blood Essence pills. As for breaking through, he wasn't worried. After all, the sixth prince was already under his control. He wasn't afraid that he couldn't break through. The sixth prince was very efficient. On the second day after they returned to the Imperial City, he found Luo. After all, with his identity, he couldn't find Xianxia in private. Master, I've found out what you wanted me to find out. In Luo's residence, the sixth prince respectfully handed over a document. Some things were better left unsaid. Well done. Luo praised him like a little adult. Then, she checked the document. That half of the charm fusion crystal has been refined by the crown prince? Luo's face turned pale. Then, she hurriedly informed Xianxia. What? The crown prince? Xianxia raised his eyebrows. The crown prince of the Fox clan had been appointed. He was the sixth prince's elder brother. It was said that he was already a Fifth Tribulation Supremacy. However, the charm fusion crystal was in the hands of the crown prince. This was troublesome. After all, he had already refined the charm fusion crystal. If he wanted to take the charm fusion crystal out, he would have to dig it out from his body. This would severely injure the crown prince. If we forcefully remove the charm fusion crystal, the crown prince's realm might fall. At that time, Xianxia narrowed his eyes. He knew that the Fox Charm dynasty had a Sixth Tribulation Supremacy, which wasn't something he could deal with now. However, he would definitely help Luo obtain the other half of the charm fusion crystal. Right at this moment, sixth brother. An unfamiliar voice suddenly came from outside. After hearing it, Luo turned to look at the sixth prince in surprise. It's Big Brother's voice. The sixth prince immediately recognized him. Big Brother. This shocked Luo. Wasn't that the crown prince? At the same time, the crown prince was the owner of the other half of the charm fusion crystal. The crown prince was probably looking for the sixth prince, so he came looking for him. Immediately, the sixth prince opened the door and walked out with Luo. Sixth brother, what are you doing here? A young man from the Fox clan asked outside Luo's residence. He was the crown prince of the Fox Charm dynasty. By long, Big Brother, I'm looking for Miss Luo. The sixth prince hurriedly explained. Oh, Luo? Bai Long looked at Luo and said, You're the girl that Huxan brought back, right? You've broken through to the Fourth Tribulation Supremacy realm at the age of 14. You're quite talented. Thank you for your compliment, Crown Prince. Luo quickly replied. Luoluo's small face was very delicate, and it was considered top-notch in the Fox Charm clan. However, Bailong was the crown prince of the Fox Charm dynasty. What kind of beauty had he not seen before? However, for some reason, Bailong felt that there was a strange feeling between him and Luo, but he couldn't explain it. Sixth brother, I have something to talk to you about. Bailong didn't think much about it, and said to the sixth prince. All right. The sixth prince knew that he couldn't let Luo interact with Bailong, so he left with Bailong. After Bailong left, Luo heaved a sigh of relief, but in the next moment, she revealed a sly smile. Young master, I can confirm that half of the charm fusion crystal is in Crown Prince Bailong's body. Luo quickly told Xian about it. You sensed it? Yes, I sensed it in his body, but the Crown Prince is very strong, much stronger than the sixth prince. He's at the fifth tribulation supremacy realm at the very least, and he might even be at the fifth tribulation supremacy realm. Luo replied. All right, I understand. Try not to interact with him as much as possible to prevent the charm fusion crystal from resonating and exposing the secret. Xian reminded her. I understand. After the crown prince of the Fox Charm dynasty finished talking with the sixth prince, Bailong returned to his palace. However, at this time, there was already a beautiful woman waiting for him in his bedroom. Mother, why are you here? Bailong said in surprise. The beautiful woman was the empress of the Fox Charm dynasty, and she was Bailong's mother. I'm just here to take a look. How's the refinement of the charm fusion crystal going? The empress asked. It took me a month to refine it, Bailong replied honestly. Very good. Although it's only half of the charm fusion crystal, with your talent, it shouldn't be a problem for you to break through to the seventh tribulation supremacy realm. At that time, the Fox Charm dynasty will be able to enter the ranks of the high-grade holy dynasties. However, there's no news about the other half of the charm fusion crystal, and we don't know where it went. Your imperial father sent many people to investigate, and he even sent people to the Barbarian Ox Holy Dynasty and Sankong Holy Dynasty. The Empress said slowly. The Sankong Holy Dynasty she mentioned was a human holy dynasty neighboring the Fox Charm Dynasty. The Sankong Holy Dynasty was also a mid-grade holy dynasty, and it wasn't weak. At this time, Bailong suddenly thought of something and asked, Oh right, mother, I saw that consecrated Luo by chance, and I feel that there's a strange what? The Empress asked curiously. I suspect that there's a charm fusion crystal in Luoluo's body. Bailong said solemnly. As soon as the words came out, the Empress's body trembled violently, and she exclaimed, What did you say? A charm fusion crystal? Mother, didn't you say that the charm fusion crystal is the most precious treasure of our clan? In fact, every clan member has the opportunity to condense a charm fusion crystal. Our ancestors' charm fusion crystal was obtained after a super genius of our clan died. Therefore, I suspect that Luo has a charm fusion crystal in her body, Bailong guessed. Chapter 871. It can't be wrong, Bailong said solemnly. The Empress was silent. At this moment, she suddenly thought of a problem and said, Wait, that lady called Luo seemed to be brought back by Wuxia. It is said that she was also in Fox Princess Consort's secret realm. Mother, are you saying that the charm fusion crystal in Luo's body is the half that Fox Princess Consort stole back then? Bailong's eyes suddenly lit up. No, their Qian Kuan ring was checked, and there was nothing in it. Even if it was refined in the secret realm, it wouldn't be so fast. After all, even you spent more than a month to completely refine that half of the charm fusion crystal. The Empress suddenly denied her own idea. After her reminder, Bailong also felt that something was wrong. Even he took more than a month to refine it. How could Luo only need a day? So you're saying that the charm fusion crystal in her body is complete? White Dragon's eyes suddenly shot out two rays of cold light, mixed with a trace of killing intent. It was better to keep the charm fusion crystal a secret. Therefore, he decided to kill Luo and take out the complete charm fusion crystal. Although it was possible to forcefully remove the charm fusion crystal, Luo had to die in order to keep it a secret. Wait, we don't have to kill Luo Luo. The Empress felt Bai Long's killing intent and quickly said, Mother, do you have any other way to take out the charm fusion crystal? Bai Long asked, If there is a complete charm fusion crystal in Luo Luo's body, as long as you marry her, you will be able to condense half of the charm fusion crystal. The Empress said. Bai Long's eyes lit up again when he heard that. The half of the charm fusion crystal in his body was condensed by a super genius of the Fox clan. It was not condensed by him. This charm fusion crystal was naturally better than the one condensed by him. If he married Luo Luo and the two of them got together, the charm fusion crystal in his body would be affected by the one in Luo Luo's body. He might be able to condense the remaining half of the charm fusion crystal. This was a good idea. Luo Luo is a consecrator of the imperial family. As long as you tell your father about this, your father will definitely support. The Empress said, All right. Bai Long immediately agreed. If that's the case, I'll go look for your father. The Empress did not delay and directly stood up. Soon, the Emperor of the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty heard about it. Naturally, he agreed. For the sake of the White Dragon, the Empress personally made a move and directly sent someone to call Luo Luo. However, at this time, Luo Luo was with Yi Xian, handing over the sixth prince's wealth to Yi Xian. The sixth prince isn't doing very well, but these things are enough for me to break through to the fourth level of the supreme martial artist realm. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and devoured everything in the interspatial ring. Ding! The host has broken through to the peak of the fourth tribulation supreme stage. The system prompted. However, the sixth prince's wealth was not enough for him to reach the shackles and pass the tribulation. Yi Xian was also helpless. If the sixth prince had not spent a large amount of heavenly and earthly treasures to improve his sovereign golden body, Yi Xian would have been able to directly undergo the fifth tribulation of the Supreme Being. Later, I'll get the sixth prince to call his brothers out. I'll control them one by one. Yi Xian thought to himself. Now that he had advanced to the heavenly I clan bloodline, the number of people he could control increased to 10. Hu Jie, Hu Dong, the old fox, the sixth prince, and the director of the auction house. There were only 5 people here, so he still had 5 more people. However, at this time, an expert suddenly stepped into Yi Xian's range of detection. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. The area he lived in should not have a fifth tribulation supreme martial artist. At the same time, he also felt that this expert seemed to be Hu Xian from that day. Miss Luo Luo. A voice sounded. Yi Xian and Luo Luo heard it. It was indeed Hu Xian. Yi Xian and Luo Luo immediately opened the door and walked out. Hu Xian ignored Yi Xian and said to Luo Luo, Miss Luo Luo, the Empress invites you in. What? Yi Xian and Luo Luo were shocked. The Empress invited Luo Luo over? Wait, the Empress seemed to be the Crown Prince's mother? Yi Xian suddenly widened his eyes and said in his mind, The Empress? Isn't that the Crown Prince's mother? She called you over. Could it be that she found the charm fusion crystal? I'm not sure either. At that time, I felt it, so the Crown Prince might have felt it too. Luo Luo said with a worried expression. Let's ask first. Yi Xian hurriedly said, Sister Hu, I wonder why the Empress is looking for me. Luo Luo asked. I'm not very sure either. Hu Xian shook her head. At this time, burning eye, Yi Xian directly used his heaven's eye on Hu Xian. Hu Xian's strength was weaker than the sixth prince, so Yi Xian dared to make a move here. Ugh! Hu Xian suddenly grabbed her chest, looking like she was in pain. Her face was filled with shock, not knowing what had happened. Sister Hu, what's wrong? Luo Luo hurriedly pretended not to know anything and moved closer. I don't know, my heart hurts so much, as if it's burning. Hu Xian gritted her teeth. She would never have thought that it was Yi Xian who did this to her. What's going on, Sister Hu? Did you make a mistake in your cultivation? Luo Luo asked again. I'm not sure. Hu Xian hurriedly sat down cross-legged, but at this time, Yi Xian used the burning eye again, weakening her willpower again. Hu Xian didn't understand what was wrong with her. After all, with her realm, even if a peak fifth tribulation supreme expert sneak attacked her, she would know. However, the pain just now came out of nowhere without any warning. Burning eye. Yi Xian used the burning eye one last time, and then used the eye of control. When he fought with the Sixth Prince that day, he was only a 4th-stage Supreme Expert. Now that he had broken through to the 4th-stage Supreme Expert, it shouldn't be a problem for him to control Hu Xian. Ding, control successful. The system's voice sounded. Then, Yi Xian let Hu Xian rest for a while, and then asked, "Why is the Empress looking for Luluo?" "Master, I'm not sure either." Hu Xian shook her head, her face still as pale as snow. Yi Xian walked over and took away Hu Xian's wealth, and then said, "Okay, then you lead the way." Although he didn't know why the Empress was looking for Luo, he still wanted to be safe by Luo's side. At that time, if something happened, he could hide Luo in the storage space. At worst, he could use the Eye of the Void to leave. After all, they already knew who had the other half of the Charm Fusion Crystal. Yes. Chapter 872. However, as long as Yi Xian was given the chance, he could leave the imperial capital with Luo and arrive at the doppelganger's side in an instant. Soon, Hu Xian brought Yi Xian and Luo to the Empress's palace. Wait, only she can enter. Just as Hu Xian was about to bring Yi Xian and Luo in, a silver-armored general suddenly stopped them. 5th Supreme Being Peak. Yi Xian's heart trembled. This silver-armored general was probably the Empress's bodyguard. An expert of this level wasn't someone he could deal with right now. If this silver-armored general at the 5th Supreme Being Peak attacked, his head would probably explode in an instant. Luo, report to me immediately after you enter. If there's anything wrong, we'll leave immediately. Yi Xian said to Luo in his mind. Okay, Luo replied. After all, she could communicate with Yi Xian in private. No one else could hear them. Yi Xian watched her enter the Empress's palace. His heart was burning with anxiety. He suddenly regretted not bringing Luo out of the imperial capital just now. At this moment, Luo had already entered the Empress's palace. Luo was led by a palace made to meet the Empress and the White Dragon. Yi Xian was still waiting outside. Fortunately, Luo would report to him from time to time. "Young master, they think I condensed the charm fusion crystal myself," Luo suddenly said. "What? They think you condensed it yourself?" Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and continued to ask. And then, they want the crown prince to marry me and make me the crown princess," Luo replied. Hearing this, Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Luo wouldn't be in danger for the time being. However, if Luo refused, no, the Empress would never allow Luo to refuse. Yi Xian was very clear about this point. Luo agreed to them first. I agreed. They said that we'll get married in 3 days. Okay, remember to ask for a betrothal gift. Yi Xian smiled slyly outside the Empress's palace. If Luo became the crown princess, there should be a lot of betrothal gifts, right? Not long after, Luo came out of the Empress's bedroom. "Young master, I brought a lot of good stuff." Luo jumped down the stairs and said to Yi Xian in her mind. "Betrothal gifts." Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Looking at Luo's excited expression, it seemed that she had gotten a lot of benefits. After all, she was about to become the crown princess. If the crown prince by long ascended the throne in the future, she would be the empress. Unfortunately, Luo wasn't limited to the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty. After Luo entered, Yi Xian had been using his Eye of Revelation to observe the situation. When he realized that the other party didn't do anything to Luo, he was relieved. Yes, there are many betrothal gifts. Give me more so that I won't run away. Luo understood the Empress and the White Dragon's intentions. In the entire Holy Dynasty, the number of people who want to marry the Crown Prince is enough to destroy the entire imperial capital, and you're still not willing? Yi Xian grinned and said in his mind, "Hateful, young master, are you willing to marry me off?" Luo said with some dissatisfaction. "I can't bear to." Yi Xian replied. Luo's bloodline was extremely strange. and her cultivation speed was probably comparable to his. How could he let Luo submit herself to a mid-grade holy dynasty? Then, Huxian left with Yi Xian and Luo. Young master, this is for you. On the way back, Luo gave Yi Xian an interspatial ring. Damn, the imperial family is so generous. They gave me 10,000 jade blood essence pills and countless other treasures. Yi Xian was shocked. 10,000 jade blood essence pills was enough for Luo to break through to the mid-stage or even the peak of the supremacy realm. If he had those treasures, it would be enough for him to break through to the fifth tribulation supremacy realm. This time, he really made a huge profit. At that moment, Yi Xian directly swallowed some heavenly and earthly treasures, raising his cultivation to the point where he could transcend the fifth level of the sovereign tribulation. Young master, what do we do now? Luo asked. In 3 days, you will marry the crown prince by long. If we leave now, I'm afraid your father will be in trouble. So we still have to put on a show in 3 days. Yi Xian said as he planned in his heart. This time, there's going to be a big scene. Hee, young master, are you going to rob the wedding? Luo understood Yi Xian's intention and laughed. No, I'm not going to rob the wedding. I'm going to rebel. Yi Xian shook his head. Rebel. When Luo heard this, she couldn't help but tremble. She suddenly knew what Yi Xian was going to do. Would 3 days be enough? If it was an ordinary person, it definitely wouldn't be enough. However, Yi Xian had the eye of control, so it was enough. After leaving the Empress's palace, Yi Xian quickly left the imperial city and found a place outside the imperial city to undergo the Tribulation Supremacy Realm. Ding! The Tribulation Supremacy Realm begins. After obtaining the Eye of the Void, Yi Xian could summon his doppelganger to merge with him at any time. After merging with his doppelganger, he had a 100% success rate of passing the Tribulation Supremacy Realm. Soon, the fifth Tribulation Supremacy Realm descended. Boom, 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 boom. 5 consecutive Supremacy Tribulation lightning struck Yi Xian's head. After the fifth Tribulation lightning struck Yi Xian, he heard a system notification sound. Ding! The host has successfully passed the Tribulation Supremacy Realm. You are currently at the fifth Tribulation Supremacy Realm. Then he swallowed all of Luo's betrothal gifts and stabilized his cultivation. I finally broke through. Now, even if I face the Crown Prince by long, I'm afraid I can still fight him. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Then, he ordered his doppelganger to use the Eye of the Void and leave the Imperial City. I'll let Luo charm Wuxia and the others. I'll use the remaining slots to control the princes. Yi Xian already had a relatively complete set of information in hand. He cooperated with Luo and quickly transferred Wuxia and the others to Luo's command. Originally, the Fox clan was innately resistant to secret techniques like charm. However, Luo had half a charm fusion crystal, so it was not difficult for her to charm someone of a higher level. Wuxia, Hudong, the Fox clan elder under the sixth prince, and the manager of the auction house were all transferred to Luo by Yi Xian. As for the sixth prince, he personally tied him up. It's about time. The second prince should be here soon, Yi Xian thought to himself. When he left the imperial city just now, he asked the sixth prince to summon his elder brothers one by one. These princes were not weak, but none of them could compare to the crown prince by long. The strongest one was the second prince, who was at the mid-stage fifth supremacy realm. Soon, the second prince arrived. Sixth brother, why did you call me out of the city? The second prince asked in confusion. Second brother, there's someone you must really want to meet. The sixth prince deliberately kept him in suspense. Ooh, Chapter 873. Just as the second prince finished speaking, a sharp voice suddenly rang out. Whoosh! It was the sound of something breaking through the air. Sneak attack. The second prince instantly reacted, but in the next moment, he felt a burning sensation on his back. There was also a sneak attack from behind, and the attacker was his sixth brother. Boom! Boom! The second prince was attacked from both his front and back, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Xian had obtained a complete set of Sword Essence Phantom Scrolls from the sixth prince, and after a period of cultivation, he had raised his Sword Essence to 55%. Even if the second prince had a strong physique, he could at most withstand 50% of the Sword Essence without being injured. Burning Eye. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xian suddenly attacked and directly used his trump card on the second prince. Sixth brother, what are you doing? The second prince gritted his teeth and shouted. However, there was still some distance between them and the imperial capital, so Xian dared to attack. I didn't do anything. The sixth prince shouted in a low voice and attacked again. 50% of the fist essence was enough to break the second prince's sovereign golden body. Boom, boom, boom. Under the joint attack of Xian and the sixth prince, the second prince had no strength to fight back, and soon, he was controlled by Xian. Ding! Control successful. The strongest prince in the Foxcharm dynasty was the Crown Prince, who had reached the peak of Fifth Supreme Being, followed by the second prince, who was in the middle of Fifth Supreme Being. As for the rest, they were at most in the early stage of Fifth Supreme Being. Very good. When you come out, remember to bring all your belongings. Xian narrowed his eyes and said to the second prince, Yes, master. The second prince and the sixth prince responded and left. Xian estimated that as long as he could control the 9 princes, he could at least break through to the middle stage of Fifth Supreme Being. At that time, he would not be afraid of the Crown Prince, and even if a Sixth Tribulation Supreme Being came, he would have the strength to fight. Soon, the second prince and the sixth prince brought people one after another. They were queuing up to deliver benefits. This time, the second prince and the sixth prince had brought along the third prince. His strength was at the initial stage of the Supreme Martial Artist 5th stage, and it was estimated that he would be able to break through to the mid-stage of the Supreme Martial Artist 5th stage very soon. Unfortunately, even the 5th Supreme Martial Artist second prince had been subdued by Xian. What more him? Under Xian's burning eye, the third prince was easily subdued. As for the rest, it was the exact same pattern. These princes who were under the control of Xian had offered all of their wealth to Xian. Regrettably, although they were princes, they could not simply reach out and ask for cultivation resources. However, with these princes added together, Xian had successfully broken through. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at mid-stage Supreme Martial Artist level 5. After Xian subdued the 10 princes, he finally broke through to mid-stage Supreme Martial Artist. Now, he had the capital to rebel. The 10 of you, go back and secretly mobilize your troops. When Crown Prince by Long chooses his wife, listen to my orders. Xian said to the 10 princes. Yes, master. The 10 princes replied in unison. If there was anyone present at this moment, they would probably be scared half to death. The only person who could subdue the 10 princes of the Fox Age dynasty was the emperor of the Fox Age dynasty. Actually, Xian could have tried to lure the Crown Prince by Long. However, Xian heard that this brat had someone secretly protecting him, so he decided to forget about it. This was because the person in the dark might have reached the level of a 6th Tribulation Sovereign. This was not something he could defeat right now. Xian only took 1 day to subdue the princes, so there were still 2 days left. Coincidentally, he obtained a good martial art from one of the prince's interspatial rings. This martial art was called the Art of Swallowing Whale, and it could quickly absorb the dragon luck to refine the sovereign golden body. It was much better than the imperial heavenly tyrant body. If it was combined with those elixirs, Xian could probably devour all the dragon luck in 2 days. No wonder these princes were so poor. They probably exchanged their wealth for dragon luck to refine the sovereign golden body. Ding! The host has learned the art of swallowing whale. Xian began to refine the dragon luck. The day after tomorrow was Luo's wedding day, and it was also the day of his rebellion. The 10 princes had joined forces to send out an army, which was something no one had expected. These princes' cultivation levels were not low, and they had already used their charm on the generals under their command. Hence, this time, the army would be very strong. Very quickly, 2 days passed. "Young master, I have broken through." Luo's voice rang in Yixian's mind. Peak 4th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist. Yixian narrowed his eyes when he heard this. His current cultivation level had already surpassed Luo's. But when Luo obtained the remaining half of the Charm Fusion Crystal, her speed might directly skyrocket. "Young master, I have already created a fake body. I will come to you now," Luo said, and went to find Yixian directly. Yixian was also a little surprised, but just in case, it was safer to hide Luo in the cosmic space. Luo soon found him, and when he saw her, Yixian asked, "Can your fake body hide from them?" "Hee, now that I have unlocked my inherited memories, the fake body's vital signs are exactly the same as mine. As long as I don't use it to fight or get close to the Crown Prince and the 6th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist, I should not be discovered," Luo said with a smile. "All right, then you can hide here." Yixian let Luo enter the cosmic space. Tomorrow was the day the Crown Prince would choose his Crown Princess, and the 10 princes controlled by Yixian were secretly mobilizing troops under the guise of guarding the imperial city. Just in case, Yixian used the Gate of the Void to upgrade the strength of his doppelganger. Although his cultivation level did not increase, after swallowing so much dragon luck to temper his sovereign golden body, his strength had increased by a lot. At this moment, his doppelganger had already arrived in the imperial city. Yixian wanted to use 2 of his doppelgangers for this rebellion. As a mid-stage 5th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist, his combat power was comparable to a 6th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist, and his doppelganger were 2 6th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artists. Today was the day the Crown Prince, by long, chose his Crown Princess. After 3 days of preparation, the entire imperial city knew about this matter. At the same time, Yixian was also fully prepared. The 10 princes had joined forces with more than 55th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artists, which was almost half of the Fox Charm Dynasty's combat power. At this moment, Yixian was patrolling the imperial city. As a vice-captain, he was not qualified to participate in such a grand event. Those who were allowed to participate were all senior captains, who were 5th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artists. Although he was already a mid-stage 5th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist, he had been hiding his aura and did not take the initiative to apply, so he was still a vice-captain. "Young master, what is your plan?" Chapter 874. Wait for the right time, then send the troops to make the imperial family think that we are rebelling. My first target is the Crown Prince by long. If possible, I want to control the entire imperial family. Yixian replied. However, controlling the entire imperial family would not be so easy. After all, the current emperor of the Fox Charm Dynasty was a 6th Tribulation Supremacy. Apart from the emperor, there were 2 other 6th Tribulation Supremacies. One was in charge, and the other was protecting the Crown Prince. Therefore, there were 3 6th Tribulation Supremacies in total. That was why Yixian was not confident. Yixian estimated the time. When he felt that it was about time, he remotely controlled the 10 princes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One signal after another rose into the sky. Not long after, a loud rumbling sound rang out in the imperial city. "It's starting! It's starting!" Luo shouted in the cosmic space. She certainly did not expect that she would be able to witness such a scene. Most importantly, she was rebelling personally. Seeing Luo so excited, Yixian also wanted to release her, but just in case, it was better for her to stay in the cosmic space. The show is about to start. With a thought, Yixian's clone, which had already entered the imperial city with the identity token, directly rushed to the place where the imperial city was the most crowded. At the same time, his real body did the same. At this time, outside the Fox King Palace where the civil and military officials of the Fox Charm Dynasty were gathered. "Your Majesty, many battles have broken out in the imperial city," a general of the Fox clan reported. "Are they people from other sacred dynasties? Why are there so many battles at the same time? What do they want to do?" The emperor of the Fox Charm Dynasty frowned. In fact, the Crown Prince's consort had not started yet, so the 10 princes had not arrived yet. However, The emperor would never expect that the people who were fighting were the 10 princes and their subordinates. Crown Prince Bailong, who was beside the emperor, felt a little strange and said, "Father, I feel that this is not a small matter." Humph! Unless those old guys from the neighboring sacred dynasties come, these troublemakers will all die. Hulai, you go and deal with them. The emperor snorted coldly. Soon after, a black figure descended. This person was one of the 3-6 tribulation supremacies of the Fox Charm dynasty, who was in charge of protecting the crown prince by long yes. Hulai responded, then quickly rushed out. Not only that, there were also many generals present. However, their footsteps came to a halt one after another because they saw a group of densely packed black figures appear. The experts under the 10 princes first made some noise, then gathered into a powerful group and pressed toward Fox King Palace. As for Xian, he had already blended in with them. When the emperor saw the leader of the 10 people, he was also shocked. Wasn't this his son? What are you guys doing? The emperor's face turned pale as he shouted angrily. The surrounding officials were also shocked. Was this a coup d'etat? At this moment, the second prince suddenly walked out and said, "Imperial father, you favor Big Brother too much." Do you know what he did? What did he do? The emperor asked. He wants to kill us. The second prince bellowed. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. The crown prince wanted to kill his 10 brothers? At first, some people were suspicious, but when they saw that there were 2 or 3 princes who had a good relationship with the crown prince beside the second prince, they hesitated. If there were only 1 or 2 princes, they would definitely be suspected. However, there were 10 princes gathered together, which was a little strange. Bailong, is what they said true? The emperor turned to look at the crown prince, Bailong, and asked in a questioning tone, "That's impossible, imperial father. I'm already the crown prince. Why would I harm them?" Bailong was also shocked. Today was the day he was going to be the crown prince's consort, but he was framed by his 10 brothers. What was going on? When everyone heard that, they felt that it made sense. He was already the crown prince, and he would be the emperor in the future. If this happened before the crown prince was appointed, it would make sense. However, everyone thought that the crown prince could be deposed. Perhaps this happened before the crown prince was appointed. I will thoroughly investigate this matter. The emperor obviously believed the 10 princes' words. Unexpectedly, the second prince was not going to stop there. He directly shouted, "Imperial father, I have offended you." "Father, I'm sorry for offending you. Go capture Bailong." In an instant, the group of experts behind him rushed over, while Yi Xian's original body and clone were mixed in with them. Yi Xian's original body and clone looked exactly the same, but no one noticed that at this time. "Not good, stop them." The emperor was shocked. He was the most powerful person in the entire Fox Age dynasty, but today, his words were ignored by the 10 princes. This was the first time he had seen it. In the 10 princes' camp, there were 3 peak 5th Supreme Being experts. Although they were not charmed, they only obeyed their master's orders. The 3 of them joined forces and attacked Bailong presumptuous. Hulai shouted and instantly blocked in front of Bailong. However, at this moment, Yi Xian, who was hidden in the crowd, suddenly glared at Hulai. Burning eye. Not only that, Yi Xian's clone swept past the others and began to use the Forbidden Eye of Illusion. The Forbidden Eye of Illusion consumed only a little more eye power than the Eye of Revelation, so it was not a problem to use it continuously. What's going on? Hulai suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart, which made him unable to understand. However, he was one of the 3-6 tribulation supreme beings of the Fox Age dynasty, and his strength was incomparably powerful. Even if he endured the pain, it was not something the 3 peak 5th supreme beings could compare to. Hundreds of people swooped down, and this momentum scared away many officials. Although these officials were strong, the civil officials were only 3rd supreme beings and 4th supreme beings. Only a few generals rushed up. Bastards! The emperor cursed. He did not expect the 10 princes to directly attack. Not only that, but there were already casualties. This was serious. They are rebelling. Kill them. The emperor immediately ordered. A great battle broke out. Yi Xian, who was mixed in the crowd, locked his eyes on the crown prince. The Crown Prince's bodyguards were already entangled by the three-peak Fifth Tribulation Supreme Beings. Peak Fifth Tribulation Supreme Beings were considered the peak battle strength of the Fox Sage dynasty, so Hu Lai did not kill them. At the same time, the selection of the Crown Prince's concubine seemed to be very ordinary, so there were not many experts present. Seeing that the situation was one-sided, the Emperor waved his sleeves. Now, he was going to take action himself. Bastards, you are courting death. The Emperor roared and released a powerful aura, which instantly shocked several people, and then rushed toward the second prince. Good chance. Yi Xian, who was hidden in the crowd, suddenly had his eyes lit up. In the next moment, his original body and clone rushed toward Bai Long. Chapter 875. Annihilation Slash. 2 slashes tore through the air and slashed at Bai Long. At the same time, Yi Xian's original body and doppelganger used the Burning Eye and the Forbidden Illusion Eye in succession. However, Bai Long had refined the Charm Fusion Crystal and was exceptionally strong mentally. The damage caused by the Burning Eye to his mind was even lower than that of Hu Lai, who was in the early stage of the Sixth Supreme State. How dare you touch my son? You're courting death. At this moment, a beautiful woman suddenly charged out. She was the Empress, Bai Long's mother. What surprised Yi Xian was that she was also a Fifth Supreme State peak. However, Yi Xian had already raised his sword intent to 55%. His attack could even hurt a Sixth Tribulation Supreme State, let alone a Fifth Supreme State peak. Bang! The Empress failed to block the attack of Yi Xian's doppelganger and was sent flying. Mother! The white dragon's eyes widened as it watched its mother fly out. It was furious. However, apart from the doppelganger, Yi Xian's original body was also attacking him. Boom! Bai Long quickly slashed out with his sword and defeated Yi Xian's attack. His sword intent was also at 55%, and his attack power was not any weaker than Yi Xian's. Let's see how many times you can block. Yi Xian's original body and doppelganger attacked crazily. At the same time, Yi Xian also used the Burning Eye on the Empress. You're courting death. The white dragon angrily roared as it charged towards Yi Xian. This time, Yi Xian had indeed underestimated the strength of the Fox Charm Sacred Dynasty. In this situation, he seemed somewhat powerless. If the third Sixth Tribulation Sovereign of the Fox Charm Sacred Dynasty appeared, he would probably have to run. In an instant, Yi Xian was fighting with Bai Long. At the same time, he had to divert his attention to continuously use the Burning Eye to burn Hu Lai and the Empress's minds. Although the Empress was a Fifth Supreme State peak, she did not have the Charm Fusion Crystal. Therefore, Yi Xian's Burning Eye was extremely painful for her. Bastard, what did you do? Bai Long shouted angrily. Yi Xian did not answer. Instead, he attacked with all his might. After using the Burning Eye 3 times, the queen's willpower was very weak, and she was easily controlled by Yi Xian. Of course, before taking control of the Empress, Yi Xian had freed a prince, and this prince was coincidentally sent flying by his father. However, it had to be said that the white dragon was very strong. Yi Xian's original body and avatar were only able to fight him to a draw. This white dragon's strength was probably enough to fight a Sixth Tribulation Supreme. At this time, the Emperor suddenly noticed this place. Not good. That Emperor is coming. We have to take this white dragon away as soon as possible. Yi Xian's heart trembled, but at this time, the Empress had also recovered some of her fighting strength. Huff huff. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. White Dragon shuddered, because this sound came from behind him. Bang! The queen punched White Dragon's back. The latter was shocked. He didn't expect to be attacked by his own mother. What was going on? However, he knew that this must be Yi Xian's doing. Good chance. Yi Xian's avatar's eyes flashed, and a void gate opened right in front of White Dragon. As White Dragon was sent flying, he was hit by Yi Xian's sword, and his entire body entered the void gate. At the same time, Yi Xian's avatar also rushed in, and the void gate closed immediately after. This void gate was very far away, and it was a few days' journey from the imperial capital. Done. Yi Xian's original body's eyes flashed, and he hurried over to take the queen's interspatial ring. Bastard, where did you take him? The emperor saw a white dragon disappear at this time, and he immediately roared. Half of the charm fusion crystal from hundreds of years ago had been stolen by the fox princess consort, and the other half was now in White Dragon's body. However, White Dragon disappeared right in front of his eyes. As the ruler of a country, how could he remain calm? Whoosh whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the emperor threw a punch at Yi Xian. This punch contained 60% of the fist will, and it was enough to destroy anyone present. However, Yi Xian was already prepared. Boom! This punch was suddenly blocked by a person's body. This person was the queen, who had just been controlled by Yi Xian. What? The emperor was stunned. He had actually punched a hole in his wife's abdomen, and blood splattered everywhere, scattering like mist. Goodbye. Yi Xian's original body broke, opened another void gate, and entered it. Then, the void gate disappeared without a trace. Now, this mess was left to the emperor to deal with. Although the secret of being able to control people was exposed, this was the only way to protect Silverwing City. After all, Lulua's fake body had been killed by a prince controlled by Yi Xian. The battle in the Imperial City continued, and Yi Xian appeared in a barren mountain range a few days' journey from the Imperial City. Bai Long found himself in a strange place. In front of him, there were only two people who looked exactly the same. Who are you? Bai Long asked with a frown. Yi Xian's means had also frightened him. His first reaction was that this was an illusion. After all, he had already fallen for the illusion once. However, this time, he really left the Imperial City because he was confident that he could quickly break through the illusion. Now, 2 to 3 seconds had already passed. Who I am is not important. You just need to know that I need the charm fusion crystal in my body. Yi Xian's original body replied. Are you the one who framed me and made my brothers start a coup? Bai Long asked again. So what if I am? Yi Xian smiled slightly. Although he was confident that he could take Bai Long down, he still couldn't let Luo out, just in case. After all, if Bai Long escaped, the Silverwing City Lord would be in trouble. Then what did you do to my Empress Mother? Bai Long still asked in confusion. You don't need to know that. I'll give you a chance now. Take out the charm fusion crystal yourself. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to live if I take action. Yi Xian said coldly. Shameless boasting. I'll capture you first and slowly interrogate you. Bai Long attacked as he said so. At the same time, he only thought that Yi Xian and Luo were twins. Whoosh! A cold light flashed, but it was instantly defeated by Yi Xian's original body and clone. Since they were both at 50% sword intent, Yi Xian wasn't afraid of him. Young master, do your best. My charm fusion crystal depends on you. Luo's voice rang in Yi Xian's mind. No problem. I'll definitely get it for you. Yi Xian said solemnly. Bai Long had refined half of the charm fusion crystal, and his spiritual power was extremely strong. The effect of the burning was probably only 1/3 of its effect on him, not to mention the eye of control. Therefore, he could only use force. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 876. Damn it, their realms are lower than mine, and their sword intent is at 55%. Why are their attacks on par with mine? Bai Long couldn't figure it out. Not only that, but the scene in front of him would also change from time to time. This was an illusion. Fortunately, his willpower was strong, and he broke through the illusion almost instantly. However, although the effect of the burning was reduced, it was still effective on him. The original body and the clone don't share the same eye power. See if I don't kill you. Yi Xian snorted in his heart. The eye power of his original body and clone were different. If they merged, their eye powers would stack up. Of course, it wouldn't exceed the maximum value of the eye power. Originally, Bai Long was a little overwhelmed when facing two Yi Xian whose strength was similar to his. Now, Yi Xian kept using the burning eye to weaken his willpower, causing his battle strength to decrease continuously. Meanwhile, the battle strength of the two Yi Xian didn't decrease at all. They were still at their peak. Over time, the gap between them widened. After hundreds of rounds, Yi Xian's original body, slashed Bai Long with his sword, instantly breaking his sovereign golden body. Bai Long was the crown prince. At his realm, no one's sovereign golden body was stronger than his. Even Yi Xian, who had transformed his sword intent to 55%, could only injure him. However, if there were a few more minor injuries, it would become a major injury. It's time to give you a fatal blow. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. In the next moment, he merged with his clone. His battle prowess instantly doubled. What? Bai Long was shocked. How could two people merge into one? Was the one just now fake? He began to wonder if his willpower had decreased too much, and he fell into the illusion again. Die, Bai Long. Yi Xian shouted loudly and slashed with his sword. Whoosh! Boom! This sword slashed Bai Long's body fiercely, opening a hole in his chest. Young master, I feel the aura of the charm, fusion crystal. It's in his chest. Luo suddenly said. Okay, young master will take it out for you. Yi Xian shouted loudly. His whole body rushed toward Bai Long like a flash of lightning. Along the way, he split into two. His clone restrained Bai Long while his original body stretched out his hand to grab Bai Long's chest. No! Bai Long shouted angrily, but his battle strength was less than 70%. He was no match for Yi Xian. Poof! Yi Xian's left. The charm fusion crystal had already been refined by the white dragon. Now that the charm fusion crystal was forcefully taken out, the white dragon's vitality was greatly damaged. Its realm instantly dropped. In the end, it stopped at the initial stage of Supreme Being, level 5. E of him. Yi Xian wouldn't let go of this opportunity and glared at him again. I have control. Ding. Control successful. Bai Long was indeed a piece of trash after losing the charm fusion crystal. He was easily controlled by Yi Xian. Yes, young master. You did it. Let me out. Luo couldn't calm down. Yi Xian let Luo out. He cleaned the blood in his hand and passed the remaining half of the charm fusion crystal to her. Luo quickly threw the charm fusion crystal into her mouth. Although it was dug out from Bai Long's chest, it was nothing. Half of the charm fusion crystal increased Luo's cultivation speed by a lot. If she combined the two halves, her cultivation speed would definitely catch up. Master, Bai Long, whose cultivation level had dropped, took the initiative to offer his universe ring. He was also very pitiful. It hadn't been 2 months since he refined the charm fusion crystal, but it was taken away by Yi Xian. His cultivation had dropped to the early stage of the supremacy level 5. He had wasted the past few years of cultivation. But this was the reality. Yi Xian took the universe ring silently. There were many things inside, but it wasn't enough for him to break through to the peak of the supremacy level 5. The Imperial City is probably still fighting now. However, the Imperial family has a 6 tribulation supremacy. Those princes will probably be dealt with soon. Yi Xian thought in his heart. His original goal was to obtain the remaining half of the charm fusion crystal. If possible, he would overthrow the entire government and become the emperor. Unfortunately, he underestimated the imperial family's strength. If Bai Long, the emperor, and that emperor joined forces to attack, he would still have to escape. Fortunately, he brought Bai Long here. Even if that emperor had 10 legs, he wouldn't be able to catch up with them. When Luo started to refine the other half of the charm fusion crystal, Yi Xian also felt the change in her aura. If Luo succeeds in refining and combines the two halves of the charm fusion crystal, her cultivation speed should be doubled. At that time, her charm ability will be greatly improved. Yi Xian thought as he quietly guarded beside Luo. The last time Luo refined the other half of the charm fusion crystal, it took her half an hour. This time, Luo's refining speed was extremely fast. It took her less than a minute. However, she didn't wake up because of this. She was still in a strange state. After half an hour, Yi Xian was surprised to see that she didn't wake up. What's going on? It shouldn't take this long to refine the other half of the charm fusion crystal. What happened to Luo? Yi Xian was very surprised. At this moment, ding, the beast god bloodline has mutated. All advancement routes have been upgraded. When this system notification sounded out in Yi Xian's mind, Yi Xian's entire body shuddered, and he was almost scared to death. The beast god bloodline had mutated again? He quickly took a look and realized that the advancement routes of the beast god bloodline had been upgraded again. His agility advancement had reached 7 points. This meant that the beast god bloodline could increase his movement speed by 70%. Luolua's bloodline is really extraordinary. Yi Xian came to this conclusion. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Luolua's body and sent Yi Xian flying. Puffed. Yi Xian's ribs were broken, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, the most tragic one was the Crown Prince by long. His head was crushed by the impact, and he died instantly. Yi Xian was shocked. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Otherwise, he would have been in trouble. The reason why Bai Long was killed in one blow was because his sovereign golden body strength had decreased as his realm fell. While Yi Xian was surprised, Luolua's body also mutated. What? Golden hair? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He saw a few strands of golden hair on Luolua's snow-white hair. Some golden hair grew from her ears and tail. Chapter 877. What exactly is Luolua's bloodline? Yi Xian couldn't understand. Luoluo was a white fox, so why would she grow golden fur? It really affected her beauty. However, the two mutations of the beast god bloodline were really beyond his expectations. A 30% increase in growth speed and a 30% increase in all attributes would make Luoluo a super general under Yi Xian's command. At this time, Luolua's mutation was not complete. What? Her aura is rapidly increasing? Yi Xian hurriedly retreated. Luoluo was at the peak of the 4th Supreme Stage and couldn't pass the tribulation. But in the blink of an eye, she had increased to the point where she could receive the 5th Supreme Tribulation. Yi Xian looked up and saw that the tribulation lightning had begun to gather above Luolua's head. The 5th Supreme Tribulation. Yi Xian didn't know what to do. Luoluo hadn't woken up yet and was in a strange state. If the 5th Supreme Tribulation struck, what if Luoluo couldn't withstand it? Yi Xian could stop it now. After all, the 5th Supreme Tribulation was extremely easy for him. If he stopped Luoluo, although Luolua's realm would regress, her life wouldn't be in danger. Luoluo is undergoing a mutation, so the 5th Supreme Tribulation is inevitable. I can't interrupt. After thinking about it, Yi Xian felt that he should wait and see. The first tribulation lightning of the 5th Supreme Tribulation wasn't very strong, so Luoluo should be able to withstand it. He would observe the situation first. If Luoluo couldn't withstand the tribulation lightning, he would go and block it. Boom! While he was thinking, the first tribulation lightning struck Luolua's head. However, Luoluo, who was in a strange state, didn't even frown, which made Yi Xian feel relieved. Boom! The second tribulation lightning struck, but Luoluo still didn't move, and her aura was stable. Yi Xian just watched quietly. Soon, the 3rd and 4th tribulation lightning struck. The power of the 4th tribulation thunder was enough to kill an ordinary peak 4th tribulation supreme being. Without a strong golden body of sovereign, it was impossible to pass the 5th tribulation supreme being. When Yi Xian saw that Luoluo didn't react, he didn't stop her. Boom! Finally, the 5th bolt of tribulation lightning finished condensing and struck down. At the same time, Luolua's aura suddenly surged. 5th stage Supreme Martial Artist. Phew, we finally made it. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. However, Luolua's aura continued to strengthen. In less than half a minute, she had risen to mid-stage Supreme Martial Artist level, which was on par with Yi Xian. 5th stage Supreme Martial Artist? Yi Xian rolled his eyes. Half a minute ago, Luoluo was still going through the 5th level Supreme Being Tribulation. But half a minute later, Luoluo broke through to the mid-stage of the 5th level Supreme Being Tribulation. Most importantly, it was still going on. Supreme Martial Artist Level 5 Peak. After sensing that the aura was stronger than his, Yi Xian was about to cry. It wasn't easy for him to rise to mid-stage Supreme Martial Artist level, But Luo had already reached the peak of supreme martial artist level after one transformation. Soon, Luo's aura reached the limit of supreme martial artist level 5. In the sky, tribulation lightning started to condense again. 6 Tribulation Supreme Being. Yixian was so scared that he peed his pants. Luo, who had just passed the 5th level Supreme Being Tribulation, received the 6th level Supreme Being Tribulation. Was this heaven-defying? Boom! The first bolt of Tribulation Lightning of the 6th level Supreme Being Tribulation struck down. This 6th level Supreme Being Tribulation wasn't something that Yixian could withstand. He was afraid that he could only withstand 1 or 2 bolts at most. The third bolt of Tribulation Lightning might be able to destroy his soul. Now, he could only hope that Luo's body was strong enough to completely pass the 6th level Supreme Being Tribulation. However, his worries were unnecessary. Luo safely passed the first bolt of Tribulation Lightning. Not only that, but also the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th bolts were the same. At this time, it was already the 5th bolt of Tribulation Lightning. The power of this Tribulation Lightning would definitely be able to destroy Yixian's soul. Boom! The Tribulation Lightning struck down, but Luo didn't move at all. She safely passed the Tribulation Lightning. It seems that Luo will definitely enter the 6th level Supreme Being Tribulation Supreme Being. Yixian thought to himself. In this situation, he couldn't interfere. If Luo failed to pass the Tribulation, even he couldn't do anything. However, once Luo passed the Tribulation successfully, she would become a 6th level Supreme Being. At that time, no one in the Fox Charm Dynasty would be a match for her. Yixian watched quietly. Soon, the 6th bolt of Tribulation Lightning struck down. Boom! The Tribulation Lightning struck Luo's small head. However, what shocked Yixian was that Luo didn't even frown. A 6th level Supreme Being, F*CK. She has already passed the Tribulation, but her aura is still increasing. Yixian was already full of admiration. Could it be that Luo was going to reach the mid-6th level Supreme Being in one go? However, he was thinking too much. After successfully passing the Tribulation, Luo's aura increased a little slowly. In the end, it stopped at the early 6th level Supreme Being. However, she was only halfway to the mid-6th level Supreme Being. At this time, Luo finally opened her eyes. Young Master, Luo moaned softly. Her actions revealed a sense of seduction. If Yixian wasn't strong enough, he would have been seduced. Luo, you're finally awake. What happened just now? Yixian asked hurriedly. I don't know. After I refined that half of the charm fusion crystal, I suddenly fell into a strange state. It should be because of my bloodline. I also unlocked some inherited memories. Luo shook her head. In the next moment, her eyes lit up. She exclaimed, Young Master, quickly bring me back to the Imperial capital. I want to kill everyone. Cough, you just passed the Tribulation, and your claw intent hasn't increased. At most, you can deal with the 6th Tribulation Supreme Being, right? Yixian frowned. Who said that? My claw intent is already at 60%. Moreover, my current strength is enough to deal with those 3 6 Tribulation Supreme Beings. Luo suddenly puffed up her chest and looked serious. After Yixian heard this, he asked in surprise, Really? Of course. Luo replied solemnly. Yixian looked at her small face and said in a low voice, Good. In that case, you can charm the Empress of the Fox Charm Dynasty. No problem. After Luo finished speaking, Yixian's clone used the Eyes of the Void again. Then, he took Luo and stepped over. At this time, more than half an hour had passed since the rebellion of the 10 princes. The 10 princes had probably been captured. Not only that, but the Empress was probably the same. However, since Luo was so confident, Yixian went over to observe Luo's true combat strength. In the next moment, Yixian and Luo appeared outside the Imperial capital. The Eyes of the Void could pinpoint 2 places. One was the place where White Dragon fell, and the other was outside the Imperial capital. Yixian pinned it. Let's go. Chapter 878. No, it wasn't that Yixian was carrying Luo, but that Luo was carrying Yixian. Luo, an early-stage 6 supreme being, was at least 3 times faster than Yixian. In Luo's eyes, Yixian was like a snail. Soon, they rushed into the Imperial City. After such a thing happened, the Imperial City was locked down and a defensive array was activated. It's just a defensive array. Luo raised her hand with a smile, then clawed down. Bam! A big hole was instantly opened in the defensive array. Yixian swallowed his saliva. This girl's attack power was at least 10 times stronger than his. She could tear him to pieces with a single claw. After the defensive array was broken, Yixian and Luo quickly rushed in. The general guarding the Imperial City was shocked, but he was instantly killed by Luo's claw. Yixian quickly went over and took his interspatial ring. Today, the Fox Charm dynasty was going to change. At that moment, Yixian and Luo rushed to the Fox King Palace, where the battle happened half an hour ago. At this moment, although Yixian didn't see the tragic scene of corpses everywhere, there was a river of blood. The corpses should have been taken away by someone long ago. How dare you fly in the Imperial City? At this moment, a man suddenly rushed over. It was another general. Generals were at least mid-stage 5th supreme beings, but at this level, even Yixian could be killed in an instant, let alone Luo. In an instant, the general was killed, his head chopped off by Yixian. When we take over the Fox Charm dynasty, I'll let my father be the emperor, Luo said proudly. If she married the crown prince, by long, she would be the crown prince's wife. However, she didn't want to be the crown prince's wife. She would rather be a princess. Luo's 6th tribulation supremacy aura was quickly detected by the emperor. Who are you? The emperor of the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty flew out of the Fox King Palace. When he saw that the newcomers were Yixian and Luo, his entire body trembled violently. Just now, wasn't it Yixian who took Bai Long away? It's you. The emperor's gaze locked onto Yixian, but in the next moment, he felt that something was amiss. This was because the person who exuded the aura of a 6th tribulation supreme was not Yixian, but the young lady beside Yixian. The white dragon is already dead, and I took out the charm fusion crystal. Now, I'll give you a chance. Submit to me, and I'll protect your Bai family from destruction. Yixian took 2 steps in the air, his voice spreading throughout the entire Imperial City. Bastard, shouted the emperor furiously. His Bai clan was a clan that had established a country. The ancestor of the Bai clan was the founding emperor of the Fox Sage dynasty. But now, the charm fusion crystal had fallen into the hands of an outsider. That wasn't the main point. The main point was that only 2 of them had come and wanted the Bai clan to submit. How is that possible? Who lie? Come with me and kill them, shouted the emperor. Another figure flew out of the Fox King Palace. It was Bai Long's bodyguard, Hu Lai, one of the 3 6 tribulation supremes of the Fox Sage dynasty. Humph, you don't know how to appreciate favors. Luo snorted coldly, and her bright eyes suddenly turned pink. Charm. After refining the entire charm fusion crystal, Luo's charm ability was extremely powerful. Originally, the people of the Fox Sage clan had an innate resistance to mental attacks, but under the power of the charm fusion crystal, this resistance was close to 0. Immediately, the emperor of the Fox Sage dynasty stopped moving, and his eyes began to turn pink. This wasn't the emperor of the Fox Sage dynasty using charm, but he was charmed. Not good, you're courting death. Hu Lai's expression changed drastically, and he quickly charged towards Luo. He was also a member of the Fox Sage clan, and he knew that as long as he killed the charmer, the person who was charmed would be liberated. Unfortunately, in front of Luo, his strength was still unable to stir up a big wave. When Hu Lai's eyes turned pink and he stopped moving, Yixian was shocked. This was the effect of the charm fusion crystal. After refining the charm fusion crystal, Luo's charm ability had greatly increased, and even the emperor of the Fox Sage dynasty was instantly charmed. Success. Luo clapped her hands. Now, she was very proud. After all, even the emperor of the Fox Sage dynasty was charmed by her. As long as she thought about it, the emperor and Hu Lai would slit their throats and commit suicide. Very good. In the future, your father will be the emperor and the entire Fox Sage dynasty will be yours, said Yixian with a smile. To be honest, he was very lucky to have signed a master and servant blood contract with Luo. Originally, he thought that there would be someone who could keep up with his footsteps, but he didn't expect the devouring system to level up so quickly, and those people could only look at his back and shake their heads. Now, there was finally someone who was more heaven-defying than him, and that person was Luo. At this moment, there are two powerful auras coming. One is an early-stage 6 Supreme Being, and the other is a mid-stage 6 Supreme Being. Luo's expression suddenly became serious. When Yixian heard it, he was shocked. Mid-stage 6 Supreme Being? Where did it come from? Previously, he learned from the second prince that there were only 3 6 Tribulation Supremes in the entire imperial capital, and they were all early-stage 6 Supreme Beings. Then, who was this extra mid-stage 6 Supreme Being? Young master, don't be afraid. Isn't it just a mid-stage 6 Supreme Being? Luo clenched her small fist and said confidently with a look of disdain. Although she said so, Yixian was still a little nervous. After all, the other party was a mid-stage 6 Supreme Being and might come from a high-grade holy dynasty. Their strength was definitely not to be underestimated. Yixian and Luo stood there quietly. At this time, many people had already rushed out. Half an hour ago, there's a coup d'etat here, and now someone threatened to destroy the imperial family. So naturally, the experts guarding here would come out. Soon, two people were reflected in Yixian and Luo's eyes. A man and a woman, an old man and an old woman. That old woman seems to be a mid-stage 6 Supreme Being. Yixian could feel the aura emitted by the other party. It was very strong. After all, she was a realm higher than him. Who are you? The old man asked. Yixian understood that this person was the previous emperor, Bai Long's grandfather, the retired emperor of the Humei Holy Dynasty. As for the old woman, he didn't know. In the face of this question, Luo didn't waste time and directly used charm on the old man. Be careful. The old woman hurriedly covered the old man's eyes. Charm was the same as the eye of control. It needed to be used through the eyes. As long as the eyes were closed, the charm wouldn't succeed. Oomph. Luo snorted in dissatisfaction and locked her eyes on the old woman. Charm. You want to succeed with a mere charm? The old woman's eyes flickered, and her pale white hair suddenly began to flutter. Charm didn't work on her. How can it be? It's just a realm difference. How can it not work? Luo exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 879. The cultivation technique that my absolute Palace cultivates is a spirit-type martial arts. You still want to charm me, you lowly girl? The old woman shouted in a low voice. Palace. When these two words entered the ears of Yixian and the other two, they were surprised for a moment. The old woman was not from the Fox Charm dynasty. She should be from a high-grade holy dynasty. Moreover, it should be a human holy dynasty, as she was not from the Fox Charm clan. You old witch, how dare you scold me? You're courting death. Luo was very angry and rushed out. Bitch, I'll skin you alive. The old woman was also angry. She took out a long whip and lashed it at Luo. Now, this level of battle was not something that Yixian could interfere in. However, for Luo's safety, Yixian used the burning eye on the old woman. Unexpectedly, the old woman was not affected at all. She did not even frown. The Palace cultivates spiritual martial arts that directly attack one's mind. For example, illusions and so on. That's why it resisted my burning eye, Yixian thought to himself. Of course, the main reason was that he was only a 5th stage Supreme Being, which was 3 realms lower than the old woman. You too, give me your interspatial rings, Yixian said to the emperor of the Fox Charm dynasty and Hu Lai. The two of them had been charmed by Luo, so they obeyed Yixian's order and threw the interspatial rings to Yixian. Kid, you're courting death. At this time, the retired emperor suddenly shouted and charged at Yixian. He could not defeat Luo, but he could defeat Yixian. Yixian caught the two interspatial rings. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. You are now a fifth tribulation supreme being. As his realm increased, his aura suddenly surged. Yixian immediately turned his head. Burning Eye. The retired emperor did not cultivate any spiritual martial arts except for the Fox Charm clan's innate resistance. Therefore, he could not resist the Burning Eye. You two don't do anything. I'll do it myself. Yixian said to the emperor of the Fox Charm dynasty and Hulai. In an instant, he was fighting with the retired emperor. The retired emperor was an old man who had cultivated for dozens of years. His state of mind was extremely high. He could withstand the Burning Eye. I don't believe that you can withstand it forever. Yixian's eyes flickered as he used the Burning Eye again. When the Burning Eye burned his soul for the second time, the Grand Emperor couldn't help but cry out in pain. However, he didn't stop attacking Yixian. Luo. And Luo. And Luo were evenly matched. Yixian was also paying attention to Luo when he was fighting with the retired emperor. However, his worries were unnecessary. Luo had the upper hand in the other battle. Kid, you dare be distracted? Die. The retired emperor suddenly condensed a huge claw and slashed down from the sky. However, Yixian had seen through it and dodged it first. Luo was in the sky, so his agility advancement was useless. It was difficult to deal with the retired emperor. However, if he wanted to, he could let the emperor and Hulai join the battle. Then it would be 3 against 1. The retired emperor would definitely die. However, he would not do that. After all, the retired emperor was a 6th tribulation supremacy. He would be charmed by Luo. At this moment, old monster, I'm not going to play with you anymore. Goodbye. Luo suddenly shouted. Her voice fell into the ears of Yixian and the retired emperor. They could not help but glance at her. Whoosh! They saw the phantom of a golden fox suddenly condense behind Luo. Then, with a flash of cold light, the cold light hit the white-haired old woman's body. In the next moment, the white-haired old woman's head was grabbed and sent flying. Yixian was shocked. A mid-stage 6th tribulation supremacy white-haired old woman was killed in one move. Gulp! The retired emperor was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. He knew the identity of this white-haired old woman. She was an expert from a high-rank holy dynasty. However, she was killed by a young girl who was not even 15 years old. Was she still human? At this moment, Luo suddenly turned to look at the retired emperor. Not good. The retired emperor's expression changed, but it was too late. His eyes turned pink in an instant. He was charmed by Luo. Done. Luo clapped her hands and shouted cheerfully. She charmed 3 6th tribulation supremacies and killed a mid-stage 6th tribulation supremacy. This achievement was already beyond Yixian's reach. In the future, this girl will be the one to help me show off and soar. Yixian sighed. Young master here. Luo leaned over and handed the old woman's interspatial ring to Yixian. Not bad. These things are enough for me to reach the limit of 5th tribulation supremacy and receive the 6th tribulation of supremacy. Yixian didn't act pretentiously and directly poured the contents into his devouring space. Ding! The success rate of the host tribulation is 80%. The system prompted. Compared to other people, Yixian's golden body was not bad. However, compared to the Crown Prince by long, his golden body was not good enough. However, what he devoured just now was only some cultivation items. Those natural treasures that could improve his golden body naturally had to be specially devoured. Ding! The success rate of the host tribulation is 100%. Do you want to undergo the tribulation? The system's prompt sounded again. Yes, Yixian replied. The next moment, tribulation lightning began to gather above his head. The officials of the Fox Charm dynasty who came out to watch were stunned. Yixian and Luo jointly launched a coup d'etat and killed people. Now, they were actually undergoing the tribulation in the imperial city. However, they also understood that the Fox Charm dynasty was about to change dynasties. The retired emperor and the other two were still shouting and shouting, but now they were standing there quietly and doing nothing. Obviously, they had been charmed. They understood that as long as they did not seek death, the new emperor would not kill them. They would continue to attack them, but it would be a different emperor. Boom! Hundreds of people watched Yixian undergo the tribulation, while Luo stood aside and watched. Of course, even without Luo, Yixian was not afraid of being disturbed. After all, his success rate of passing the tribulation was 100%, which meant that the tribulation lightning could not hurt his golden body. Soon, the sixth tribulation lightning was all over, and Yixian also heard the system's prompt. Ding! You have successfully passed the tribulation. You are now at the early stage of sixth tribulation supremacy. He had successfully passed the sixth tribulation of supremacy. Now, Yixian was on the same level as Luo again. When the others saw this scene, they were so scared that their faces turned pale. One should know that even the emperor was seriously injured by the sixth tribulation lightning when he was undergoing the tribulation. Chapter 880. Young Master, now that I have taken control of the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty, quickly inform my father. Luo said hastily when she saw that Yixian had successfully passed the tribulation. I know. My clone is already gone. Yixian nodded silently. He had to leave a way out for himself. His clone did not follow him this time. If Luo failed, he could still hide her in the storage space. Fortunately, Luo did not let him down. Not only did she charm 3 6 Tribulation Supremes, but she also killed a mid-stage 6 Tribulation Supremacy from a high-grade Holy Dynasty. Her strength frightened him. Then let's go to the treasury, Luo said, and suddenly turned to look at the 3 people. I will lead the way for you 2 masters. The emperor hurriedly scooted over. The emperor of the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty, Baiyang, was above everyone. Who would have thought that he would call Yixian master? This was a rare scene. The 2 of you can go and do what you need to do. After Luo finished speaking, she directly pulled Yixian away, while Emperor Baiyang led the way. The Fox Charm Holy Dynasty had been established for 1,000 years, and Yixian was looking forward to seeing how many good things there were. Soon, Baiyang led Yixian and Luo into the treasury. The treasury of the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty was located under a palace. The owner of this palace was the place where the retired emperor lived. Masters, please take whatever you want, Baiyang said with a smile. Nonsense. Yixian rolled his eyes and said, take a look and see if there are any of these things in the treasury. Baiyang took a look and immediately shook his head. These are all precious items. I'm afraid that only high-grade holy dynasties have them. However, I have seen these patterns once. What? Yixian raised his eyebrows. The patterns that Baiyang mentioned were actually the patterns of the Devourer beast. Did that mean that Baiyang had seen the Devourer beast before? Of course, it was possible that it was not the case. Even so, Yixian asked excitedly, where is it? It's in the cultivation ground of the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty, not far from the imperial capital, Baiyang said. Take me there immediately. Yixian was a little agitated. At that moment, Baiyang personally brought Yixian to the cultivation ground. This cultivation ground was filled with supreme saint beasts, birds, and beasts. The Fox Charm Sacred Dynasty had cultivated them for war. According to Baiyang, the devouring beast was a black dragon and had the mark of the devouring beast on its forehead. This black dragon could not be charmed, and often fought with other supreme sacred beasts. Every time it won, it would devour its opponent. Its strength increased very quickly. Hearing this, Yixian was almost certain that this black dragon was the Devourer. Very quickly, Baiyang led Yixian to the devouring beast. At the same time, Yi Xian also discovered a hidden effect of the Eye of Perception. Ding! Discovered Devouring Beast. If there was a devouring beast within the range of the Eye of Perception, it would actually sound an alarm. This was a good thing. This way, if Yi Xian happened to encounter a devouring beast, he would not miss it. Roar! The devouring beast also noticed Yi Xian and immediately pounced towards him. A mere peak paragon, Saint level 5 dares to roar in front of me. Yi Xian shouted and suddenly drew his sword. Rip! The sword flashed, and the black dragon's head was cut off, and it died instantly. Yi Xian quickly went over and kept the corpse. Ding! The host has devoured a devouring beast's corpse and obtained 1 advancement point. This notification sound was something that Yi Xian had not heard for a long time. Finally, there is 1 more advancement point. I will keep it first and use it when necessary. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. The previous advancement point was used to strengthen the heavenly I clan's bloodline. Now that he had obtained another advancement point, it would also increase his strength imperceptibly. Very good. Continue to pay attention to this mark. Yi Xian reminded them. In fact, when he arrived at each city, he would subconsciously ask around for information about the devouring beast. Unfortunately, the devouring beast was extremely rare, and until now, he had only seen 1. Then, he and Baiyang quickly returned to the imperial capital. The emperor was not dead, so he could temporarily deal with some matters. As for Yi Xian and Luo, they were looting the imperial treasury. In the imperial treasury, young master, why don't we empty the imperial treasury? It is more important to increase our strength. Luo smiled slyly. If the imperial treasury is empty, where will we get the money to fight in case there is a war? Yi Xian rolled his eyes. That's true. Luo decided to put some things back. However, there were not many things in the imperial treasury. Most of them were with the emperor and the retired emperor, so they had been devoured by Yi Xian. Even if Yi Xian devoured the entire imperial treasury, he would not be able to break through to the middle stage Paragon Saint level. After all, if there were so many heavenly treasures, how could there only be 6 Tribulation Supremes in the Humei dynasty? At this time, Yi Xian's clone was still rushing to Silverwing City. Coincidentally, Yi Xian took the opportunity to carefully examine the white-haired old woman's interspatial ring. The white-haired old woman came from a high-grade holy dynasty called the Royal Holy Dynasty. She belonged to a faction in the Royal Holy Dynasty called the Zhuyin Palace. Most of the people in the Zhuyin Palace are women who are good at mental attacks. The white-haired old woman came to the Humei dynasty this time to select some talented young women from the Humei clan to nurture. Yi Xian thought to himself. There were many things in the white-haired old woman's interspatial ring, but most of them were used to increase one's mental strength. The devouring system could be immune to charms, but it could not resist illusions. Increasing one's mental strength could increase one's resistance to mental attacks. Therefore, Yi Xian chose to devour all of these things. As for the martial arts related to mental strength, Yi Xian did not learn them. Those martial arts were much weaker than the Eye of Illusion and Burning Eye, so he gave up on them. However, Yi Xian found something that shocked him in the white-haired old woman's interspatial ring. It was a bronze token with 3 words engraved on it. Burning Sun Hall, Zhuyin Palace, Burning Sun Hall. After seeing the token, Yi Xian's body trembled violently. Could this be related to the Yin-Yang Old Ancestor? The Royal Holy Dynasty. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The jade token that old immortal Tianju gave him required him to surpass the Supremacy Realm to see its information. Therefore, Yi Xian guessed that the Zhuyin Palace and the Burning Sun Hall were definitely not the same forces as the Yin-Yang Old Ancestor. Since that was the case, he would make a trip to the Royal Holy Dynasty. The Zhuyin Palace mainly cultivates mental martial arts, including illusions, mental attacks, and controlling objects. The Burning Sun Hall's cultivation method is relatively simple, which is to raise the sovereign golden body. They walk the path of physique. Yi Xian thought to himself. The Zhuyin Palace and the Burning Sun Hall were 2 forces that were hostile to each other. They would kill each other on sight. The enmity between them had a history of 100 years. Chapter 881. Very quickly, 2 days passed. When the silver-winged city lord heard that his daughter had charmed the emperor, he fell from his chair. He knew that he was going to be the emperor, so he couldn't even stand properly. In order to save time, Yixian's clone used the Eye of the Void and opened a void door to bring him to the imperial capital. Father, you will be the emperor of the Fox Sage dynasty in the future. The 3 of them will assist you. When Luo saw the silver-winged city lord, she jumped over and held his arm happily. Luo's surname wasn't Luo, but Luo. Her father's name was Luo. This time, Yixian was lucky. He descended upon Silverwing City once again and brought the entire Luo clan over. Since the founding of the Fox Sage dynasty, the imperial family had always been surnamed Bai. However, from today onwards, their surname would be Luo. Luo was only a 4th tribulation supremacy, but Hu Lai and the former Emperor Baiyang were always by his side, so there was no need to worry about his safety. Not only that, but Luo had also charmed Luo personally. This way, no one could attack Luo. Of course, Luo wouldn't order Luo to do anything. As for Luo herself, she was addicted to being a princess. About a week later, young master, now that the matters of the Fox Sage dynasty have been settled, where are we going? Luo jumped to Yixian's residence and asked. The Fox Sage dynasty was only a mid-grade sage dynasty, so they couldn't stay here anymore. Hence, they had to go to a higher-grade place. Let's go to the Royal Sacred Dynasty. Yixian opened his eyes. These days, he had been using the art of the whale to refine the dragon luck and improve his sovereign golden body. Of course, he couldn't take too much of the dragon luck. After all, the dragon luck was very important to the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty. Dragon luck was the foundation of a country. If it was too little, the heaven and earth yuan qi of the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty would become scarce. Is the Royal Sacred Dynasty the high-grade sage dynasty where the Absolute Yin Palace is located? Luo asked curiously. Yes, I have to investigate some things. Yixian nodded silently. Although he didn't know if the Yinju Palace and the Burning Sun Hall had anything to do with that Yin-Yang old ancestor, Yixian still had to make a trip there. Oh, are you going to investigate that Yin-Yang patriarch? Luo asked again. She was practically the closest person to Yixian now, so it wasn't a big deal for her to know this. Yes, Yixian replied. Since that's the case, let's go to the Burning Yang Hall. That Absolute Yin Palace cultivates spirit cultivation methods and is more difficult for us to deal with. The Burning Sun Palace mainly cultivates the Golden Sovereign Body, so it's easier to deal with them. Luo blinked her large eyes and said, Actually, Yixian thought the same. The Absolute Yin Palace mainly cultivated spiritual techniques. His Burning Eye, Eye of Illusion, and Eye of Control did not have much effect. The Hall of Burning Sun mainly cultivated the Sovereign Golden Body, and his comprehension of sword intent was not low. Even if he didn't use his Heaven's Eye, he would still be able to fight against the other party. If he used his Heaven's Eye, he would at least be able to fight someone 1 level higher. This was his conservative estimate. We will depart tomorrow. Yixian decided to stay for 1 more day. He first called his clone over, and then fused with his clone to upgrade his cultivation. After that, he sent his clone to the Royal Sacred Dynasty to scout ahead. The Absolute Yin Palace and the Burning Sun Palace were irreconcilable enemies, so Yixian wanted to send his clone to the Absolute Yin Palace, while his main body and Luo went to the Burning Sun Palace. Very quickly, the next day arrived, and Yixian and Luo set off immediately. The Royal Sacred Dynasty was a high-grade sacred dynasty, and there was still some distance between it and the Fox Charm Sacred Dynasty. On the way, they still had to pass through a few low-grade sacred dynasties. In about a week's time, they passed through these low-grade sacred dynasties and arrived at the Royal Sacred Dynasty. In the Bloodcliff continent, humans and foreign races could still coexist peacefully, but the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty and other countries were more pedantic. In the Royal Sacred Dynasty, although the majority of people were humans, there were still some foreign races. Not only that, Yi Xian heard that there were also demon races. However, these demon races were not cursed. Young master, what do we do now? Do we go directly to the Burning Sun Palace? After entering the royal sacred dynasty, Luoluo asked. Before they had entered, Yi Xian's clone had already entered the royal sacred dynasty and headed to the Absolute Yin Palace's territory. Let's go directly to the Burning Sun Palace. The Burning Sun Palace's strength is not weak in the royal sacred dynasty, and they mainly cultivate the sovereign golden body, which is suitable for us to cultivate. Yi Xian replied, Yes, I only have one spiritual attack, which is my charm. I mainly rely on my strength to fight. Luoluo nodded. Earlier, Yi Xian's clone had asked about the location of the Burning Sun Palace, so he brought Luoluo directly to the Burning Sun Palace. The Absolute Yin Palace and the Burning Sun Palace were not weak, and it was said that there were Ninth Tribulation sovereigns guarding them. The white-haired old woman that Luoluo had killed was only an outer court deacon of the Absolute Yin Palace. An outer court deacon had the strength of a Sixth Tribulation sovereign, which was enough to show the strength of the Absolute Yin Palace. The aptitude and strength of the disciples of the two great powers were not weak, and Sixth Tribulation sovereigns were more common there. Yi Xian and Luoluo could only be considered ordinary if they went there. After a few days, they finally arrived at the Burning Sun Palace's territory. Coincidentally, the Burning Sun Palace was recruiting disciples. Young master, the Burning Sun Palace is recruiting disciples. Should we go? Luoluo held on to Yi Xian's arm and asked. At this moment, they had entered a city under the Burning Sun Palace's control. Let's go take a look. We don't have to join. Yi Xian said. They were only here to investigate. They didn't have to join. Of course, if they joined the Burning Sun Palace, the investigation would be easier. The Burning Sun Palace was extremely powerful, and every month they would recruit odd-job disciples and outer court disciples. If they met the requirements, they would be directly accepted as an outer court disciple. Yi Xian and Luoluo went to the Burning Sun Palace's recruitment point in the city, but unexpectedly, there was already a sea of people. There were at least 100 people. Almost all of them are Fourth and Fifth Tribulation sovereigns. There are only a few Sixth Tribulation sovereigns. Yi Xian used his eye of revelation to scan the crowd. The people who came were all young, but the Sixth Tribulation sovereigns were estimated to be around 20 years old. As expected, a high-grade sacred dynasty. There are so many geniuses in such a small city. Luoluo couldn't help but say, You're only 14 years old, but you're already a Sixth Tribulation sovereign. It won't be a problem for you to enter the inner court. I guess you can only enter the outer court. Yi Xian said softly. The two of them started to line up. Although they were strong, they still had to abide by the rules. As time passed, the people in front of Yi Xian and Luoluo decreased, but the line didn't shorten. Instead, it grew longer. When it was Yi Xian and Luoluo's turn, two people suddenly cut into the line in front of Yi Xian and Luoluo. Hey, don't you two know the rules? Luoluo subconsciously shouted. Chapter 882. One of them was tall, while the other was short. The taller one was 8 meters, while the shorter one was less than 5 meters. Both of them were at the initial stage of the Sixth Tribulation supremacy. When the two of them heard Luoluo's words, they turned around angrily. Little girl, it's none of your business that we're cutting the queue. Shut up. The taller youth shouted angrily. The shorter youth also turned around. When he saw Luoluo's furry tail, his eyes lit up. Little brother, I'm a little sister. Be nice to her. After he finished speaking, he walked to Luoluo's side and said with a wretched smile, Little fox, are you alone? Go to the back and line up. Otherwise, I'll beat you up. Luoluo shouted. She hated this kind of person the most. Perhaps it was because she was influenced by Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian had always been upright and handsome in her heart. Oh, this little fox has quite a temper. The shorter youth smiled wretchedly and reached out to touch Luoluo's tender face. But in the next moment, an unprecedented pain rose in his heart. The shorter youth's hand was agitated and quickly reached to his chest to grab his clothes. His painful cry attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Big brother, what's wrong with you? The taller youth hurried over. You're not even as tall as me, and yet you want to touch me. Did you go berserk? Luo had a gloating look on her face. You know how to use a mental attack, the shorter youth said in astonishment. When he said this, everyone present took a step back. Mental attack? This was the territory of the Burning Sun Hall. Someone actually dared to cultivate a mental martial art. This was a challenge to the authority of the Burning Sun Hall. Good Lord, you actually cultivated a mental martial art. You dare to come here instead of hiding. Do you want to join the Burning Sun Hall? What a joke. You must be sent by those old women in the Absolute Een Palace. You want to infiltrate the Burning Sun Hall as a spy. I knew it. How is it possible for a teenage girl to break through to the Sixth Tribulation supremacy? Those with background would have entered the Burning Sun Hall long ago. Everyone, be careful. This little fox's attack is hard to defend against. The surrounding people retreated and avoided Loloa's eyes. They all knew that many mental attacks were performed through the eyes. As long as they didn't look at each other, it wouldn't be a problem. In an instant, Luo was isolated. The people in the queue all dispersed, leaving only one person beside her. Sigh, I actually forgot about that. Xian felt a bit guilty. If he had known earlier, he would have directly attacked and not used the burning eye. Luo. They were in the city. Under normal circumstances, fighting was not allowed in the city. However, Luo dared to kill in front of so many people. She was extraordinarily bold. After seeing the Fifth Tribulation supremacy die, Xian understood that they were in big trouble this time. You two humans die for me too. Luo's gaze fell on the tall and short young man. Oh no! Their expressions changed. They felt a powerful aura. Although Luo was only a Sixth Tribulation supremacy, her strength was not something they could resist. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets. Luo had already rushed to their side when the short young man stood up. Rip, rip! With two crisp sounds, two heads flew into the air. The two Sixth Tribulation supremacies, the tall youth and the short youth, died one after another. They weren't from this city. They heard that the Burning Sun Hall was recruiting here today, so they came to sign up and wanted to join the Burning Sun Hall. But they didn't expect trouble to come from the mouth. Now, the people present didn't dare to say anything. They didn't even exclaim, killing a Sixth Tribulation supremacy in an instant. This strength was enough to kill all of them. How dare you? Suddenly, an explosive shout rang out. Xian turned his head to look and discovered that the outer sect disciple from the Burning Yang Hall had walked over. Behind him were two people, both of whom were at the middle stage of the Sixth Sovereign stage, and the outer sect disciple in the lead had reached the peak of the Sixth Sovereign stage. They were the ones who registered just now. They couldn't do anything about Luo killing people in the city. However, the person she killed just now wanted to join the Burning Sun Hall, so they couldn't do anything about it. Xian looked at them with a heavy expression. The two mid-stage Sixth Tribulation supremacies were fine, but the peak Sixth Tribulation supremacy disciple in the lead was a little troublesome. Those who could join the Burning Sun Hall were not ordinary people. How dare the two of you commit murder on the streets? The lead disciple looked at Xian and Luo, who were isolated, and asked sternly. I was the one who killed them. So what? Luo looked disapproving. Her aptitude was much higher than the three who had died. The two Sixth Tribulation Supreme Martial Artists were already over 25 years old, which was a full 10 years older than her. If they could only accept one side, as long as the Burning Sun Hall wasn't blind, they would definitely accept her and not those two youths. The lead disciple actually knew that Lola's aptitude was very high, but Xian's burning eye just now was mistaken by others as practicing a mental-type martial technique. This was suspicious of them being spies of the Juin Palace. The two of you must follow me back to the Burning Sun Hall to assist in the investigation. The lead disciple said in a very unyielding tone, as if he wouldn't allow Xian and Luo to refuse. However, they also had the strength. Two mid-stage Sixth Tribulation supremacies and one peak Sixth Tribulation supremacy. How could they not deal with two early-stage, sixth tribulation supremacies? What if we refuse? Yixian narrowed his eyes and said coldly, then we can only treat you as spies of the Ju Yin Palace and capture you. The lead disciples' eyes flickered. Yixian and Luoluo looked at each other and said in their minds, I'll hold back the peak 6 tribulation supremacy later. You can deal with the remaining two, but it's best not to kill them. Okay, Luoluo nodded. She still trusted Yixian. After all, they weren't facing a peak 6 tribulation supremacy disciple of the Ju Yin Palace, but the Burning Sun Hall. Both sides looked at each other quietly. The surrounding people felt that there might be a big battle coming and hurriedly retreated. Yixian and Luoluo were already prepared for a big battle. However, at this moment, a powerful aura suddenly approached. So powerful, it's at least a 7th tribulation supremacy. Yixian was shocked and immediately used his eye of revelation to look. He saw an old man land on the lead disciple's head. What's going on? Chapter 883. What's going on? After hearing this voice, the head disciple looked up and immediately said respectfully, Elder, Elder. As expected, it was the Burning Sun Hall's elder. Yixian and Luoluo's hearts trembled. Now, they probably only had one way to go, and that was to use the Eye of the Void to escape to their clones. Elder, these two people killed people in the city and cultivated spiritual-type martial arts. I suspect that they're spies sent by the Yinju Palace to infiltrate our Burning Sun Hall, the head disciple reported. Yinju Palace. The elder narrowed his eyes and sized up Yixian and Luoluo. Then he asked, Little girl, how old are you this year? 14. Luoluo answered without thinking. A 14-year-old 6th Tribulation Supreme. Give her 6 years, and she will be at least a 7th Tribulation Supreme. Her future achievements will definitely not be lower than Supreme Bajiez. The elder thought to himself, if Luoluo was really only 14 years old, then Yinju Palace had really invested a lot. After all, she was a very good seedling. I remember that the Fox Charm clan is basically active in the Yinju Palace. Why are they here in our Burning Sun Hall? The elder continued asking. The Fox Charm clan was born with very high spiritual power and was very suitable for cultivating the martial arts of Yinju Palace. That was why the elder found it strange. Oh, does it matter where I'm active? Anyway, I don't like Yinju Palace, Luoluo answered casually. The elder pondered. He was not sure if Yixian and Luoluo were spies sent by the Yinju Palace to infiltrate the Burning Sun Hall. If he was sure, he would immediately kill Yixian and Luoluo. But if not, then he would lose a good seedling for nothing. You two want to join the Burning Sun Hall? The elder asked. Yes, Yixian answered. All right, then you two can enter the outer sect first. The elder suddenly agreed. This answer shocked the people below. The head disciple hurriedly said, Elder, isn't this inappropriate? If Yixian and Luoluo were really spies, then wouldn't their scheme have succeeded? Bastard, shut up. Luoluo shouted angrily. What did you say? The leading disciple shouted angrily. Enough. The elder hurriedly stopped him, saying, I know my limits. Yes, the leading disciple didn't dare to say another word. The surrounding people were also shocked. Yixian and Luoluo had killed 3 people in front of so many people in the city. However, the Burning Sun Palace Hall didn't care. This outcome was out of many people's expectations. As for those 3 people, they had also died very miserably. After all, there was no one to avenge them. The leading disciple and the other 2 returned to their original positions and continued to recruit new disciples. Yixian and Luoluo stood to the side, waiting quietly. Young master, where's your clone now? Luoluo asked in his mind. He has successfully joined the Yin Palace, replied Yixian. Hee. I heard that after joining the Burning Sun Palace, as long as you kill a member of the Ju Yin Palace, you can return to the Burning Sun Palace to receive a reward with the Ju Yin Palace's identity token. At that time, won't we earn a lot? Luoluo pursed her lips and looked at Yixian with her big eyes. The 2 of them were communicating in their minds. Others couldn't hear them, so they could say whatever they wanted. Yes, and you also killed an outer sect deacon of the Yin Palace. After joining the Burning Sun Palace Hall, you can exchange for cultivation resources. Unfortunately, that person is only a mid-stage 6 supreme martial artist. Xian was a little helpless. That old woman was at least 80 years old. However, she was only a mid-stage 6 supreme martial artist. Her aptitude wasn't high, so she should be someone who helped the Yin Palace Hall manage the affairs. However, his clone was really useful. When his original body joined the Burning Sun Palace Hall and his clone joined the Yin Palace Hall, both parties' information could be exchanged instantly. Moreover, the identity token of both parties could be exchanged for heaven and earth treasures. Xian simply had double the experience. Soon, the 3 disciples finished their registration. "All right, all of you, follow me back to the Burning Sun Palace Hall," shouted the leading disciple. That elder was originally just passing by. He didn't expect to meet such a good seedling like Luoluo, so he stayed here. Sometimes, the Yin Palace Hall's team would come to kill them. This time, the Burning Sun Palace Hall had recruited more than 150 people in this city. Such a large team flew towards the Burning Sun Palace Hall. Their speed wasn't fast. After all, some of them were only 4th Tribulation Supreme martial artists, so they were led by some high-level people. However, on the night they left the city, the Yinju Palace's team appeared as expected. "Luoluo, be careful, there's an enemy," Xian, who had strong perception, hurriedly reminded her. In the Fox Princess Consort's secret realm, Luoluo's perception was stronger than Xian's. However, outside, it was probably less than half of Xian's. At this time, Xian had already sensed 3 powerful auras. They were at least 7 Tribulation Supreme martial artists. Xian was also very helpless. He hadn't even joined the Burning Sun Palace Hall yet, and he was already being attacked. How was he supposed to play? Fortunately, there was an outer sect elder of the Burning Sun Palace Hall hiding in this team of 100 people. His aura was successfully concealed by the 100 people, so the 3 people from the Yin Palace Hall didn't discover him. Attack! After a low shout, there were a few sounds of something breaking through the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. There were more than 10 sounds of something breaking through the air. The people from the Yin Palace Hall were skilled in illusions, spiritual attacks, and controlling flying swords. Their long-range attacks were very powerful. This time, the 3 people from the Yin Palace Hall directly controlled several flying swords to attack. These flying swords swept into the crowd and began to crazily reap lives. At the same time, the hidden elder suddenly attacked. He was waiting for the other party's flying swords to come out of their sheaths. "Bold thieves, how dare you intercept my Burning Sun Palace Hall's team? You're courting death," the elder shouted and quickly rushed over. The people from the Burning Sun Palace Hall mainly cultivated the Golden Sovereign Body, so this outer sect elder's speed was very fast. His strength surpassed the 3 ambushers from the Yin Palace Hall, reaching the mid-stage 7th Tribulation Supreme martial artist. "Not good. We've been ambushed. Retreat," one of the ambushers from the Yin Palace Hall shouted. If they had the flying swords in hand, they could fight with this outer sect elder of the Burning Sun Palace Hall. However, the flying swords bypassed the outer sect elder and went to kill those 4th or 5th Tribulation Supreme martial artists, so it was very difficult for them to fight with the other party. However, that elder had already swept in front of them. "Set up the formation." The leader of the ambushers saw that they couldn't escape and shouted again. "Illusory formation." In an instant, the elder fell into the illusory formation. Not only that, but there were also spiritual attacks from the 3-7 Tribulation Supreme martial artists from the Yin Palace. At this moment, the elder was deep in a quagmire. Countless powerful flying dragons flew above his head, and the quagmire emitted gurgling sounds. Swoosh! Suddenly, a bloody mouth opened and bit down on the elder of the Burning Sun Palace Hall. Chapter 884. Our 2 factions have been enemies for 100 years. How can we not be prepared? The elder snorted and suddenly took out a white stone. In the next moment, the white stone shone brightly and instantly dispersed the illusion array set up by the 3 of them. The bloody mouth disappeared, and the illusion array was broken. Illusion breaking stone. When the three of them saw the white stone, their expressions changed drastically. The illusion breaking stone was extremely precious, and they did not expect the Elder of the Burning Sun Hall to have it. Courting death. The outer sect Elder of the Burning Sun Hall roared and threw out a punch. Boom! The head of one of the Juin Palace's ambushers was directly blown apart. The other two ambushers had a gloomy expression as they quickly turned around and left. However, as long-range attackers, it was not easy for them to escape when the Elder of the Burning Sun Hall approached them. You want to leave? Stay. The Elder of the Burning Sun Hall showed his prowess and directly blew apart the heads of the other two ambushers. Without the leader, the flying swords fell to the ground. In just an instant, more than 50 people were killed. It was a tragic sight. So strong, he's just an outer sect elder. Yixian swallowed his saliva. Just now, he was hiding far away in fear of being hit by the flying swords. The Juin Palace had many tricks up their sleeves. Illusions, mental attacks, and controlling the flying swords to attack the enemy from a distance. Although it was good, once the experts of the Burning Sun Hall approached them, they would be skinned alive even if they did not die. The sudden appearance of the Juin Palace's ambush team shocked everyone. Fortunately, they were not in danger. After all, if it was not for this elder, they would all be dead. The remaining people felt pity for those who died, but no one dared to collect the corpses. All of them were collected by the outer sect elder of the Burning Sun Hall, including the interspatial rings. All right, let's continue our journey. The elder of the Burning Sun Hall shouted. The team continued to move forward. After that little episode, everyone was scared out of their wits. However, after that incident, the rest of the journey was very peaceful. A few days later, they arrived at the Burning Sun Hall. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. After entering the Burning Sun Hall, no matter how bold the Juin Palace was, they would not dare to enter. Lin Yin, bring them in. The Burning Sun Hall's elder left after saying this. Lin Yin was the peak sixth supreme being leading disciple. When he heard these words, his eyes also brightened. Humph! Lin Yin snorted coldly, and then led the remaining 100 disciples to register in the sect. Aya, this bastard will definitely find a chance to trick us. Luo looked calm as her voice rang in Yixian's mind. It doesn't matter. We've already entered the Hall of Burning Sunday. He won't dare to make a move on us. Yixian was also very calm. Very soon, Lin Yin brought close to 100 people into the sect to register. He also distributed some outer court disciple items and residences. That Lin Yin actually didn't find trouble with us. Luo said in surprise. Since you don't, then don't bother with him. Yixian glanced at Lin Yin. After Lin Yin distributed their residences, he directly left. Everyone in the Hall of Burning Sun had their own residence. However, Luo didn't mind. After all, she was going to stay with Yixian. The others were also guessing the relationship between Yixian and Luo in their hearts. One after another, they cast envious glances at Yixian. Even if a young girl from the Fox Charm clan was captured and turned into a slave, she was still very valuable. There would definitely be many people who would like to raise Luo as a slave. Young master, what should we do now? In Yixian's residence, Luo asked softly. The Hall of Burning Sun focuses on cultivating the sovereign golden body. Therefore, there will definitely be a way to strengthen the sovereign golden body. However, my clone found out that there is a flowing gold waterfall in the Hall of Burning Sunday. As long as you cultivate on the flowing gold waterfall, you will be able to strengthen your sovereign golden body. Yixian said as he stood up and led Luo out of the door. The outer court of the Hall of Burning Sun was very big. After all, there were over 10,000 outer court disciples living here. After asking around, Yixian found out the location of the flowing gold waterfall. Splash! 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 Before they got close, Yixian heard the sound of water splashing. However, before he heard the sound, he had already sensed that there were many people around the flowing gold waterfall. Soon, they saw the waterfall. The flowing gold waterfall was actually an ordinary waterfall. However, there was a flowing gold vein above the canyon. Therefore, flowing gold would flow down the waterfall from time to time. Flowing gold was a material that could break through the sovereign golden body. It was one of the materials used to forge upper-grade sovereign divine weapons. Therefore, the waterfall could cause damage to the sovereign golden body. The Hall of Burning Sun's method of strengthening the sovereign golden body was to continuously baptize in the flowing gold waterfall, allowing the flowing gold to fuse into the sovereign golden body and then repair it. This way, the sovereign golden body would become very strong. Wow, is it the flowing gold waterfall? Luo looked at the flowing gold waterfall that was 100 meters tall and couldn't help but exclaim. At this moment, there were already many people under the flowing gold waterfall. Some of them were standing 10 meters below the waterfall, while others were in the middle. All of them were half naked and were enduring the pain caused by the flowing gold waterfall. The flowing gold waterfall starts from a height of 90 meters. The damage will become stronger and stronger. At the same time, the sovereign golden body will become stronger and stronger. Every once in a while, we will have to go ashore to treat our injuries. Yixian used his eye of revelation to scan the area and discovered that there were more than 10 people on the flowing gold waterfall. Some were at 90 meters, some were at 70 meters, and the strongest was already at 30 meters. The flowing gold waterfall started from the top to the bottom. The lower the waterfall, the stronger the impact and the stronger the power. Yixian guessed that the expert standing at 30 meters was an inner disciple. He was probably stronger than the elder from before. "Young master, you have a bloodline. Go and try it," Luo suddenly said. The flowing gold waterfall was the place to strengthen the sovereign golden body. An ordinary person would be covered in blood after standing for 10 minutes. However, Yixian had the bloodline of the divine tree of life. He estimated that his recovery speed would definitely surpass the damage caused by the flowing gold waterfall. This flowing gold waterfall is simply a treasure trove for me. Yixian's heart was already bursting with joy. Others would have to go ashore to treat their injuries after standing for a while. They had to treat their injuries when they were lightly injured. If they had to wait until they were heavily injured, their injuries would be more difficult to heal. However, with the bloodline of the divine tree of life, he estimated that he could stand for 24 hours, which was equivalent to a full day. "Luo, I'll go and try." Yixian immediately took off his shirt and rushed over. The first step of the flowing gold waterfall was 90 meters. This was the lowest difficulty, but it still required a 6th Tribulation Supreme to climb. Otherwise, the first wave of flowing gold waterfall would pierce through one's head. Chapter 885. Yixian was in the early stage of the Supreme Being level 6. But his Supreme Being golden body was stronger than others after refining the draconic luck. He was comparable to a level 6 Supreme Being level 6. However, he still decided to try standing on the 90-meter platform first. Rumble, the flowing gold waterfall, was like a ferocious beast. Originally, it wasn't that strong, but there was an array at the top that increased the speed of the waterfall. The moment Yixian stood on the platform, he stumbled and almost fell down. At the same time, his back and the back of his head were burning as if they were on fire. However, his Supreme Being golden body could withstand the 90-meter platform. "I have to let the flowing gold break through my Supreme Being golden body and let it merge with my muscles, bones, skin, flesh, and blood. Otherwise, it won't work even if I stand here for a year." Yixian thought for a while, then jumped down one step. 80 meters. Yixian's Supreme Being golden body could withstand the 90-meter platform, but the 80-meter platform, his back was pierced by tiny flowing gold and was bleeding. However, these wounds healed quickly. The bloodline of the divine tree of life is simply heaven-defying. I can even stand on the flowing gold waterfall for a day without a problem. Yixian laughed loudly in his heart. He had made the right choice to come to the Hall of Burning Sunday. If he stayed here for a few days, Yixian's Supreme Being golden body would be comparable to his 7th Tribulation Supreme. He was simply an unkillable cockroach. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The water in the flowing gold waterfall was ordinary water, but there were flowing gold in the water from time to time. These flowing gold pierced into Yixian's body and circulated through his blood, increasing Yi Xian's Supreme Being Golden Body. However, this only increased the defensive power of the Supreme Being Golden Body. It couldn't increase Yi Xian's offensive power. As for Luo, she stood at the side quietly and collected the flowing gold. How could she take off her clothes and stand on the platform to wash? Soon, Yi Xian stood on the 80-meter platform for half an hour. At first, no one noticed him, but as time passed, he was gradually noticed. "Hey, brother, I've already come up 3 times. Why are you still up there?" A brawny man couldn't help but ask. My sovereign golden body is slightly stronger," Yi Xian replied casually. The burly man did not ask any more questions and continued to baptize his sovereign golden body. However, after persevering for a few minutes, he suddenly realized something. Yi Xian's back was healing on its own. His wounds kept healing, but new ones kept appearing. What was going on? Don't be surprised. I had a fortuitous encounter before and ate a fruit that gave me the ability to heal quickly. Yi Xian felt the shock in his eyes and hurriedly said. When they were in the Nihility God realm, the wood attributes rejuvenation profound meaning could heal their injuries quickly. However, they were now supreme beings, and the profound meaning couldn't heal their sovereign golden body. Brother, you're so lucky. I had to go down for 20 minutes after persevering for 10 minutes. Your 1 hour is equivalent to my 3 hours. The brawny man couldn't help but look at Yi Xian enviously. The healing time was a little longer, but the medicine used to heal the sovereign golden body was what made many of the disciples' hearts ache. They were constantly burning money to strengthen their sovereign golden body. However, Yi Xian actually had the ability to heal himself. This made the brawny man very envious. Soon, the brawny man went down for treatment again. At the same time, he told the others about Yi Xian's secret. When the crowd heard this, they all had looks of envy and jealousy on their faces. Unknowingly, Yi Xian had become the focus of their attention. Time continued to pass. Damn, he's already been up there for 5 hours and hasn't come down even once. What a monster. It seems like he won't have a problem staying up there for an entire day. His 1 day is equivalent to our 3 days. Moreover, he doesn't need any medicine to heal himself. I can only stay in the flowing gold waterfall for 3 days when I'm out on a mission. Oh, look, he's at the 70-meter mark. The crowd suddenly cried out. 70-meter mark was equivalent to a 6th supreme pinnacle. Could it be that Yi Xian had the ability to withstand the impact of the 70-meter flowing gold waterfall? One had to know that there were many people in the Burning Sun Hall who didn't know what was good for them. There were often people who were eager for quick success and couldn't help but challenge higher-level opponents. In the end, their heads were pierced by the flowing gold waterfall and died miserably. The interspatial ring was also taken advantage of by others. Immediately, someone rushed over. If Yi Xian accidentally died, the interspatial ring would become an ownerless item. TSK, they're here to take advantage of others. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh. Previously, his sovereign golden body was comparable to a 6th supreme pinnacle. After a few hours of improvement, the flowing gold waterfall could no longer harm him at the 80-meter mark. Therefore, he moved to the 70-meter mark. However, when he reached the 70-meter mark, he almost fell down. There was an acceleration array at the top of the flowing gold waterfall. The power of the flowing gold waterfall couldn't be underestimated. Although Yi Xian's sovereign golden body was strong, he was only an early stage 6th supreme. He could only stand at a distance of 70 meters. He estimated that he would only be able to stand at 60 meters if he raised his realm to the mid-stage Supreme Martial Artist 6th stage. Wow, this brat is actually standing at 70 meters. He's only at the initial stage of 6th Supreme Martial Artist. That's too terrifying. He possesses a physique that allows him to recover rapidly. How strong can his sovereign golden body be? He should be able to withstand at least 60% sword intent, right? 60% sword intent was already enough to hurt a 7th Tribulation supremacy. Of course, this referred to those 7th Tribulation supremacies who had not been strengthened. Their sovereign golden body was only improved by passing the tribulation, so it was not strong. But don't forget, Yixian was only at the initial 6th stage of the supreme martial artist realm. Once he broke through, he would be able to continue strengthening his golden sovereign body. The people below swallowed their saliva one after another. Not to mention the strengthening of the sovereign golden body. Just the cost of the healing medicine that Yixian had saved was enough to make them speechless. Soon, a day had passed. Many disciples left because they did not have the healing medicine. However, they told others about this matter. Thus, many people came to watch Yixian temper his sovereign golden body, including the inner disciples. In a day, Yixian's sovereign golden body's defensive power had doubled. He estimated that he would be able to call it a day after tempering it for a period of time. As for the 60-meter mark, he could not go down for the time being. After all, his realm was not enough to stand there. At the same time, Luoluo was too bored, so she jumped down by herself. "Young master, that Lin Yin is coming to find trouble with me." Suddenly, Luoluo's voice rang in Yixian's mind. What? Yixian, who was under the flowing gold waterfall, suddenly raised his eyebrows. How dare he bully my Luoluo? He's courting death. Chapter 886. Hold it in. Hold it in. Yixian jumped in fright and hurriedly shouted. When he was at the flowing gold waterfall, Luoluo ran to other places. However, he could communicate with Luoluo through the air, so he knew that Luoluo had already broken through to the mid-stage 6th Supreme Being. Yixian immediately rushed out of the flowing gold waterfall and rushed towards the outer sect. He had a special connection with Luoluo, and the range of it was larger than the eye of perception, so he could lock onto Luoluo's location. Soon he found Luoluo. At this moment, Luoluo was already surrounded by a group of disciples. He quickly went over and landed beside Luoluo. In front of Luoluo were the 3 outer sect disciples, and the leader was Lin Yin. "Senior brother Lin, what's the matter?" Yixian had already put on his clothes and looked at Lin Yin as he asked. "I was wondering why you disappeared. So, you went to the flowing gold waterfall?" "Humph. That day, you dared to talk back to me in front of so many people. Do you think I will let this matter rest?" Lin Yin snorted. "Oh, so senior brother Lin wants to fight in the outer sect?" Yixian narrowed his eyes. Lin Yin had been in the Yang Hall for 2 years, so he understood the rules of the Yang Hall. Thus, he snorted and said, "You too, follow me to the battle arena. I will teach you two a lesson." Uffed. When Luoluo heard this, she couldn't help but laugh. "Senior brother Lin, you are so shameless. You are a peak 6 Supreme Being, yet you dare to challenge someone of a lower realm. Indeed, a peak 6 Supreme Being actually dared to challenge an early stage 6 Supreme Being and a mid-stage 6 Supreme Being. How shameless." Some of the people surrounding Luoluo were brought by Lin Yin, while others were there to watch the show. When they heard this, they couldn't help but laugh. However, under Lin Yin's gaze, which was about to devour them, they held back. "Humph. That day, weren't the two of you very bold? You seem to want to fight with me. Why are you scared now?" Lin Yin mocked. When he said this, Luoluo was unhappy and shouted angrily, "Who is scared? Let's go. Young master will beat him up." Young master? This phrase caused the surrounding people to be quite surprised. They understood that the young master that Luoluo was referring to was Yixian. However, Yixian was only an early stage 6 supreme martial artist. His aptitude was much worse than Luoluo's. So how could he be a young master? Just as the surrounding people were surprised, Yixian slowly opened his mouth and said, "Since senior apprentice brother Lin is so shameless as to challenge me, then I will fight senior apprentice brother Lin. Bastard, if you want to fight senior brother Lin, you'll have to get through me first." A lackey beside Lin Yin jumped out and pointed his sword at Yixian. "Cut the crap and lead the way." Yixian couldn't be bothered to say anything more to these people. He knew that Lin Yin wouldn't give up if he didn't go to that battle arena today. He didn't want to be remembered by a certain someone in the Burning Sun Hall. Hence, he had to settle the grudge of that day. "Good, you've got guts. If you can still be so cocky in the battle arena later, I will call you Grandpa." That lackey shouted angrily. However, unexpectedly, Yixian rolled his eyes and muttered, "I don't have a grandson like you." Immediately, the surrounding people burst into laughter. "Yixian, you're really a newborn calf that isn't afraid of tigers. You've just entered the Burning Sun Hall, and you've already offended a senior disciple. Your future path will definitely be much more difficult." That lackey wanted to continue his nonsense, but was unexpectedly stopped by Lin Yan. The latter said in a low voice, "There's no use in arguing. Once we're on the battle arena, you can do whatever you want." "Umph." The lackey glared fiercely at Yixian before following Lin Yan's footsteps. The crowd walked towards the battle arena. Along the way, they attracted the attention of a few people who followed them, ready to watch a good show. Soon, Yixian and Luo followed behind Lin Yan and arrived at the battle arena. The Burning Sun Hall was a righteous sect. Hence, the battle arena only determined who was stronger and who was weaker, not life and death. Killing was also not allowed. "Brat, get the hell up here." Lin Yan's lackey took the lead and jumped onto the battle arena, shouting at Yixian. Yixian remained silent and immediately jumped onto the battle arena. He was an early-stage Supreme Being, while his opponent was a mid-stage Supreme Being. However, he had suffered in the flowing gold waterfall for more than a day. His sovereign golden body had been refined to the point that it could be said to be invincible under the 7th Supreme Being level. Even if he stood there and let his opponent hit him, his opponent might not be able to break through his sovereign golden body. "Brat, are you prepared to die?" Lin Yan's lackey ridiculed. Some people below couldn't bear to watch any longer. After all, his cultivation level was higher than Yixian's. What was there to be proud of when he challenged him? Yixian stood quietly and nodded. "I'm prepared to give you a 10-move handicap." "What?" The crowd instantly fell silent. Everyone suspected that they had heard wrongly. Give the opponent a 10-move handicap? The early-stage Supreme Being Yixian actually gave a mid-stage Supreme Being opponent a 10-move handicap? Was he a fool or pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? "What did you say?" Lin Yan's lackey's eyes widened. He immediately looked at Lin Yan below the battle arena. Lin Yan paused for a moment and nodded silently. In fact, he didn't expect Yixian to be so arrogant. However, he felt that Yixian was somewhat extraordinary. After all, Luo's aptitude was enough to enter the inner sect. Yixian was Luo's young master, so his background might not be ordinary. "All right, since you're courting death, I won't hold back." Lin Yan's lackey shouted and directly attacked Yixian. He raised his sword and directly attacked Yixian. Because his cultivation level was higher than Yixian's by 1 level, Lin Yan held back a little. He was afraid that he would kill Yixian with 1 strike. This strike contained 60% sword intent, which was enough to injure an ordinary 7th Tribulation Supreme Being. However, when this sword ray swept in front of Yixian, Yixian only raised his hand and threw a punch. Bang! Yixian's fist collided with the sword ray. In an instant, the sword ray was scattered by the punch. However, Yixian's fist wasn't injured at all. Even his skin wasn't broken. This time, the entire audience was shocked. The strike just now was enough to threaten anyone present, but it was defeated by Yixian barehanded. One must know that Yixian wasn't wearing gloves. What a powerful, sovereign golden body. How did he temper it? He must be the young master of some large family. He grew up eating heavenly treasures. His sovereign golden body is probably comparable to an ordinary 7th Tribulation Supreme Being. According to this, I'm afraid that only 65% sword intent can hurt him. How terrifying. He's only at the early stage 6th Tribulation Supreme Being. No wonder he didn't let his lackey fight. So that's why. The people below revealed a look of realization and began to whisper among themselves. Chapter 887. Don't hold back. At this moment, Lin Yan suddenly reminded. When the outer sect disciple heard this, he roared, "I don't believe it. Go to hell." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wave after wave of attacks were launched at Yixian. Even a 6th Supreme Being wouldn't dare to underestimate this series of attacks. However, Yixian didn't move. He punched one after another and destroyed the sword radiance. 6, 7, 8, 9 rumble. 10. Yi Xian destroyed the 10th sword radiance with a punch. In the next moment, he took out a long sword. Whoosh! After giving his opponent 10 moves, Yi Xian finally made his move. He raised his sword and launched an attack that contained 65% sword intent. However, Yi Xian didn't use any martial arts in this attack. It was purely sword energy. Originally, he only had 60% sword intent. However, the Fox Charm dynasty had a rich foundation and had a set of sword intent phantom scrolls. Hence, he had comprehended 65% sword intent. Bang! This sword energy instantly hit the outer sect disciple's chest and sent him flying. Victory! Yi Xian only used one sword to send his opponent flying out of the arena and won the battle. Hiss! Everyone was shocked again. Not only did he take 10 attacks from his opponent with his bare hands, he even killed his opponent with one sword. He was definitely pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Young master, didn't you say you were going to beat him up? Why did you send him flying? Luo snorted coldly. It's okay. There's one more. Yi Xian glanced at Lin Yan awkwardly. There was still a 6th Supreme Being follower beside him. After being stared at by Yi Xian, the follower immediately shivered. He shrunk his neck and took a step behind Lin Yan. Trash! Lin Yan shouted in a low voice. Brother Lin, one was sent flying by me, and the other is too scared to go on stage. Why don't you do it? Yi Xian smiled at Lin Yan with his sword in hand. Lin Yan's expression darkened, and he jumped into the arena without another word. He was a supreme martial artist at the peak of supreme martial artist level 6. How could he be afraid of Yi Xian, who was only at the initial supreme martial artist level 6? Instant kill, he could do it too. Senior brother Lin, do you want me to give you a few moves as well? Yi Xian asked with narrowed eyes. Scram! Unexpectedly, Lin Yan roared and attacked Yi Xian. To be honest, Yi Xian was just casually saying it. If Lin Yan really accepted it, then it would be a little difficult for him. After all, Lin Yan's strength in the outer sect was not bad. He was at the peak of the 6th supremacy realm and had even comprehended 65% sword intent. Fortunately, Lin Yan did not accept it. Since my burning has been exposed, I'll let you have a taste. The moment Lin Yan made his move, Yi Xian's eyes widened. Lin Yan suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart, causing him to miss his target. What? Lin Yan's eyes widened as he watched his attack pass by Yi Xian. It did not even touch a single hair on Yi Xian's body. After so many years of fighting between the Burning Sun Hall and the Yin Palace, the Yin Palace had always used these methods. Therefore, Lin Yan had also cultivated some martial arts that could defend against mental attacks. In addition to his cultivation, Yi Xian's burning eye did not weaken Lin Yan by even 10%. However, the burning eye allowed Yi Xian to seize the initiative. Swoosh! When Lin Yan's attack brushed past Yi Xian's body, the latter's attack was already halfway there. Bang! Lin Yan hurriedly raised his hand and defeated the sword light with one strike. Senior brother Lin, have a taste of this move. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes flashed again. This time, it was the Eye of Illusion. Lin Yan was still enduring the intense pain from the burning eye. Now that he was faced with the Eye of Illusion, the illusion around him changed in an instant. The ground beneath his feet had disappeared, and he had sunk into the endless sea. The surroundings were extremely dark. At this moment, there was a sudden wave of air. A deep-sea giant beast opened its mouth and bit at Lin Yan. Is it real or fake? Lin Yan's face was gloomy. He had been in the Burning Sun Hall for 2 years, but this was the first time he encountered an illusion. Previously, the outer sect elder of the Burning Sun Hall had a disillusionment stone that could instantly break through some low-level illusions. However, the disillusionment stone was extremely precious, and he did not have it. Since he could not determine whether this deep-sea giant beast was real or fake, he would just treat it as real. Swoosh! Lin Yan raised his hand and struck with his sword. However, when the sword light swept past the deep-sea giant beast, the deep-sea giant beast disappeared without a trace. It was fake. Not good. Lin Yan's face changed drastically. His attack had actually dispersed the illusion. This was a waste of an opportunity to attack. At this moment, there was a gust of wind. Swoosh! A sharp sound broke through the air. Lin Yin turned his head and saw a sword light sweeping in front of him. Bang! As Lin Yin could not dodge in time, he was directly struck by the sword. Blood spurted out instantly. However, this was just the appetizer. Burning Eye, Forbidden Eye of Illusion. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian used his two sky eyes once again, and Lin Yin fell into the illusion again. From the moment Lin Yin entered the arena to the moment Lin Yin spurted out blood, less than a second had passed. However, the people below were already stunned. Why did Lin Yin, who was at the peak of 6 supremacy, suddenly attack in one direction? One must know that Yi Xian was clearly in another direction. Illusion? It must be an illusion. That brat knows illusions. No wonder senior brother Lin attacked in different directions. It turns out that he made a mistake and attacked the creature in the illusion. I didn't expect him to know illusions. Senior brother Lin is in trouble now. Could it be that this brat can really challenge someone who is 2 levels higher? The surrounding people began to discuss again. Bullsh asterisk T. Senior brother Lin will definitely beat the SH asterisk T out of that brat. The outer sect disciple who had shrunk his neck earlier shouted angrily. You're wrong. Let's see the situation in the arena first. Luo, who was not far away, could not help but snort. At this moment, the situation in the arena was still the same. Lin Yin was being suppressed by Yi Xian. The former had been in the illusion all along and had never seen Yi Xian. He could only see Yi Xian's attacks. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Yan's sovereign golden body was not bad. Yi Xian's attacks could only barely break through it. However, Yi Xian had not used any martial arts since the beginning and had only used 65% of his sword intent. If the 65% sword intent was combined with martial arts, Lin Yin would probably be beheaded by Yi Xian in an instant. In other words, it would be an instant kill. Yeah, young master, you're so cool. Senior brother Lin, aren't you at the peak of 6 supremacy? Why are you so weak? No wonder you don't feel embarrassed. Chapter 888. The battle had attracted the attention of many passers-by. When they saw that the one being beaten up was Lin Yin, who was at the peak of the 6 supreme level, they were shocked. That kid actually beat senior brother Lin Yin to the point where he couldn't even fight back. This is too fake. What's fake? This kid is very strange. Yesterday, he stood 70 meters above the flowing gold waterfall for an entire day and didn't come down. An outer sect disciple who had rushed over from the flowing gold waterfall said, What? An entire day? What a joke. It's true. I can testify. If it weren't for his low level, he would have gone 60 meters to refine his sovereign golden body. Just now, Yi Xian's sudden speed at the flowing gold waterfall had attracted the attention of many people. At this time, these people had already found the battle stage. However, at the same time, in a corner around the battle stage stood an old figure. It was a bald old man, but at this time, no one had noticed him as the battle was heated up. TSK. A sovereign golden body comparable to an ordinary 7th Tribulation Supreme. He can also use illusions and mental attacks. If he is nurtured, he will be a trump card for my Burning Sun Hall to deal with the Yin Palace. This bald old man was not from the outer sect, but from the inner sect. He happened to pass by here, but he didn't expect to meet such a good seedling like Yi Xian. However, some things had happened in the Burning Sun Hall recently, causing the disciples to be anxious. Therefore, the bald old man didn't directly appear. After thinking for a while, he left. Even if he didn't see the end of this battle, he knew the outcome. No, this couldn't be called a battle, but a monkey show. Yi Xian was a human, and Lin Yin was being played like a monkey. Forget it, I won't waste time. At this time, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly turned cold on the battle stage, and he fiercely slashed with his sword. Bang! Lin Yan's back was hit, and he couldn't help but fly forward, out of the battle stage's range. Defeated. Yeah, young master won. Luo cheered excitedly below the battle stage. As for Yi Xian, who had defeated Lin Yin, he jumped down and patted Luo's head, saying, Let's go. To be honest, Yi Xian really didn't want to participate in this sort of show-off battle. After all, it was completely useless. It was a complete waste of energy, and he wouldn't get any benefits out of it. However, for the sake of a long-term plan, he had no choice but to make a move. He didn't want senior brother Lin Yan to mock him every day. What if Luoluo couldn't control herself and killed Lin Yan? On the way back to their residence, Luoluo couldn't help but ask, "Young master, your golden body's supremacy has become so much stronger. It can even withstand 60% sword intent." That's right. The flowing gold waterfall is a good place. It's a pity that my realm isn't high enough. Otherwise, I could have gone to the 60-meter platform to temper my sovereign golden body. Yixian seemed a little helpless. Meanwhile, Luo's eyes spun about as she said, "Young master, I've noticed a good place. You'll definitely be able to obtain a huge amount of natural treasures if you head there." "Where?" Yixian asked in surprise. "That place is called the Tower of Illusions. It exists in both the outer and inner sect. It's a place used to raise the mental state of the disciples of the Burning Sun Hall. As long as you pass through a certain number of stages, you'll be rewarded with natural treasures." Luo explained. "Tower of Illusions?" Yixian's eyes lit up. The Tower of Illusions, as its name implied, contained countless illusions for the disciples of the Burning Sun Hall to break through. However, Yixian, who possessed the Eye of Revelation, could break through the illusions and find the foundation of the illusion array. "It's simply prepared for me. Luo, quickly bring me there," Yixian hurriedly said. What he lacked the most now was natural treasures. If he could break through to the mid-stage of the 6th Supremacy Realm, then he could go to the 60-meter platform of the flowing gold waterfall to temper his sovereign golden body. His strength would greatly increase. "Hee, I knew that young master would be interested." Luo giggled as she directly brought Yixian to the Tower of Illusions. Soon, the two of them arrived at the Tower of Illusions. At this moment, there were already more than 100 people at the bottom of the Tower of Illusions. "Look, senior brother Gao has already reached the 6th level. If he can break through the 6th level, he'll be able to obtain a sovereign golden pill that can greatly enhance his sovereign golden body. Senior brother Gao is indeed worthy of being the #1 disciple in the outer sect. He's not even 20 years old this year, and has already broken through to the mid-stage of the 7th Supremacy Realm. I'm afraid that he'll be able to enter the inner sect next year." Of course, senior brother Gao has already met the requirements to enter the inner sect. He just hasn't entered yet. His strength is even stronger than some of the inner sect disciples. I wonder if senior brother Gao will be able to break through the 6th level this time. This is the reason why he has always remained in the outer sect and refused to enter the inner sect. A group of outer sect disciples were discussing under the Tower of Illusions. Yixian and Luo walked over to take a look. They discovered that the Tower of Illusions only had 6 levels. On each level, there was a projection of the disciples who were challenging the levels. "Young master, look at the 6th level." Luo suddenly extended her slender finger and pointed at the 6th level of the Tower of Illusions. Yixian followed her small hand and looked over. In the end, his gaze landed on the only projection on the 6th floor. The scene in the projection was of a man who was 2 meters tall, holding a long staff, and had thick hair. He was in a magma hell, and beside him, there were flame demons constantly attacking him. What he needed to do was to break through this illusion. As long as he broke through this illusion, he would be considered to have passed the level. The Tower of Illusions in the outer sect of the Burning Sun Hall only had 6 levels, while the inner sect had 9. The reason why senior brother Gao refused to enter the inner sect was because he hadn't passed the outer sect's Tower of Illusions. However, Yixian's attention wasn't on that illusion. "Luo, is this the ape clan?" Yixian asked. Yes, they were born with a unique understanding of the staff, so almost all of them use the staff as their weapon. Their staff intent improves very quickly. Luo nodded. Yixian nodded silently. After looking at it for a while, he directly walked into the Tower of Illusions. Each level of the Tower of Illusions was a secret realm. Yixian walked to the entrance of the Tower of Illusions and was stopped by an outer sect disciple. "Junior brother, you want to challenge the Tower of Illusions?" The outer sect disciple said to Yixian. "Yes." Yi Xian replied and immediately handed over his identity token. Good. You'll be transported to the first level of the Tower of Illusions. You must find the exit within 1 minute. The outer sect disciple took Yi Xian's identity token and then directly walked into the Tower of Illusions. In the next moment, he was transported to a place. This was a canyon that stretched as far as the eye could see. In the sky, a flock of birds and beasts flew past from time to time. Their cries were very real. After all, some of these creatures were real and some were fake. Chapter 889. So this is the Tower of Illusion? Yi Xian smirked. The first level of the Tower of Illusion was the easiest challenge, and that was to find the exit. He reckoned that he wouldn't be able to reach the end of this canyon, and he wouldn't be able to fly either. Even without using the Eye of Revelation, Yi Xian had already found the exit, which was on the stone wall on his left. Because he had the Eye of Perception, he was actually in a palace, and the stone wall on his left was actually a door. Start the countdown. Just as the outer sect disciple's voice rang out, Yi Xian had already rushed into the stone wall. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the outer sect disciple again. At this moment, the outer sect disciple was looking at Yi Xian with an astonished expression. Yi Xian was only in the early stage of the Supreme Being's 6th stage, but he actually found the exit in an instant. Congratulations, junior brother. You've passed the challenge. Do you want to continue? The outer sect disciple said to Yi Xian. The results of the Tower of Illusion would not be kept. If one gave up, they would have to challenge it again next time. Every time they passed a challenge, they would be able to receive some corresponding heavenly treasures. Of course, these rewards would not stack, and each person could only receive them once. Continue, Yi Xian said. Soon, they arrived at the second level of the Tower of Illusion. For this challenge, junior brother will also have to find the exit within a minute. The outer sect disciple's voice rang in Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian looked around and realized that he was actually in the middle of the sea. There was only a floating board under his feet, and the floating board was moving up and down with the waves of the sea. In this illusion, he could fly, but he didn't. Yi Xian laughed and stomped his right foot heavily. The floating board under his feet suddenly cracked. In the illusion, they were both real and fake. This sea was obviously fake, and so was this floating board. However, the floating board was actually a stone platform in disguise. Most importantly, this stone platform was the array base of the illusion array. When Yi Xian stomped on the array base, the illusion array would disappear. There was actually another exit for this stage, but Yi Xian felt that there was no need for that. After breaking through, he was teleported to the bottom of the Tower of Illusion. Congratulations, junior brother. Do you want to challenge the third round? The outer sect disciple continued asking. Continue. Yi Xian nodded silently. Actually, this Tower of Illusions was built according to levels. The first floor corresponded to an early 6 Supreme Being, the second floor corresponded to a middle 6 Supreme Being, and the third floor corresponded to a peak 6 Supreme Being. What Yi Xian was challenging now was the third level, which corresponded to the peak of Supreme Level 6. Junior brother, this stage may be a little dangerous. If you want to give up, just shout out loud. The outer sect disciple kindly reminded him. All right. Yi Xian responded and entered the Tower of Illusion again. The third stage, the Illusion Realm, was not difficult for Yi Xian. With the Eye of Revelation and the Eye of Perception, he easily found a few array bases and broke through. He broke through 3 stages in a row. Junior brother is really amazing. I don't understand. You passed the third stage in 1 minute. The fourth stage corresponds to a 7th Tribulation Supreme Being. Junior brother, do you want to continue? The outer sect disciple asked. Yi Xian paused. He was only an early 6 Supreme Being, and the fourth stage corresponded to an early 7th Supreme Being. There was a difference of 3 whole realms. If it was just an illusion realm, he would not think much of it. However, there were some dangers in the illusion realm. In the past, some disciples had overestimated themselves and died in these dangers. However, with the strength of his sovereign golden body, he could give it a try. Continue. Yi Xian nodded. A strange look flashed across the outer sect disciple's eyes, as if he was mocking Yi Xian for overestimating himself. However, he did not say much. All right, junior brother will enter the 4th level next. Yi Xian mustered up his courage and entered the Tower of Illusion again. Junior brother, there will be no information in this stage. You must break through on your own. If you want to give up, just shout out loud. The outer sect disciple reminded him. All right, Yi Xian nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, the scenery around him changed. At this moment, he appeared in a grassland. Near him, there were countless ferocious beasts. Their auras were so powerful that Yi Xian's heart palpitated. What powerful auras, but they are all fake. Only one of them is real. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Both the eye of revelation and the eye of perception allowed him to clearly understand this illusion realm. As for the real supreme sacred beast, it was a strange leopard with 3 tails. It actually has 3 tails like Luo Luo. However, this does not mean that I will let you go. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. There were hundreds of illusions around him, and the 3-tailed leopard also noticed him at this moment. At this moment, the 3-tailed wild leopard was slowly approaching. The illusions also cooperated with him and moved closer to Yi Xian. There were hundreds of supreme, sacred beasts around him. Most people would continuously attack when they enter to see if these supreme, sacred beasts were real. However, Yi Xian did not need to use this method. He could confirm that there was a living creature around him. This stage has a time limit of 5 minutes. It seems that it won't be that easy. Let me deal with this 3-tailed wild leopard first. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. After all, this was a 7th-grade supreme sacred beast. It was very precious. Although he was only at the initial 6th-grade supreme sacred beast, his sovereign golden body was comparable to his 7th tribulation supreme sacred beast. He did not care about a mere 7th-grade supreme sacred beast. Bang! Immediately, Yi Xian charged towards the 3-tailed wild leopard. His actions also gave this 3-tailed wild leopard a fright. This 3-tailed wild leopard had been on the 4th floor of the Tower of Illusion for some time. The Burning Sun Hall had given it good food and drinks. Its mission was to teach the disciples of the Burning Sun Hall a lesson. However, this was the first time it saw someone charging straight at it. Flowing Shadow Sword. Yi Xian slashed out with his sword. A sword ray trailed behind a purple afterimage as it attacked the 3-tailed wild leopard. The 3-tailed wild leopard was a supreme sacred beast. Its intelligence was not low. It originally thought that Yi Xian was just lucky, but after seeing this attack, its body trembled. Bang! The 3-tailed wild leopard swung its tail and dispersed the sword energy. However, its tail was slightly injured. After all, Yi Xian's sword intent was at 65%. The Flowing Shadow Sword was a middle-grade supreme martial art that Yi Xian had copied down previously. Its power was not bad. However, it needed to increase its proficiency. The illusory realm did not matter. Yi Xian wanted to increase the proficiency of the Flowing Shadow Sword first. Whoosh! 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 After knowing Yi Xian's attack power, the 3-tailed wild leopard did not dare to take it head-on. It started to dodge. Ding! The proficiency of the Flowing Shadow Sword has increased. Currently at 60%. Ding! The proficiency of the Flowing Shadow Sword has increased. Currently at 70%. Ding! The proficiency of the Flowing Shadow Sword has increased. Currently at 80%. Chapter 890. Ding! The proficiency of the Flowing Shadow Sword has increased. It is currently at 80%. In less than 5 seconds, Yi Xian had increased the proficiency of the Flowing Shadow Sword to 80%. Its power had at least doubled from before. At the same time, he was also exchanging blows with the 3-tailed wild leopard. Roar! The 3-tailed wild leopard roared, and its 3 tails struck towards Yi Xian like lightning. The latter's cultivation realm was too far apart, and he was instantly struck. Bang! 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 The 3-tail strikes caused Yi Xian's abdomen to hurt. Fortunately, his sovereign golden body was strong. Otherwise, his abdomen would have exploded. Beasts have a taste of this move. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he directly used his Heaven's Eye on the 3-tailed wild leopard. Burning Eye, Forbidden Eye of Illusion. Although the target was only a sovereign sacred beast, as long as it was a living creature, these two heaven's eyes would be useful. The three-tailed wild leopard was struck and immediately roared towards the sky in pain. Not only that, but it also fell into an illusion. This was the fourth floor of the Tower of Illusion. However, Yixian was able to cast an illusion on the living creatures here, which was beyond many people's expectations. In a certain corner of the Tower of Illusion, this kid can not only see through those illusions in an instant, but also use illusions to confuse the three-tailed wild leopard. He's really amazing. A Burning Sun Hall elder who was controlling the illusion couldn't help but murmur. He was the controller of the fourth floor of the Tower of Illusion. He could see Xian's every move. At this moment, Yixian had already fought hundreds of rounds with the three-tailed wild leopard. During these hundreds of rounds, although Yixian was hit a few times, the Divine Tree of Life's bloodline would immediately heal his internal injuries, so he was always in peak condition. However, the three-tailed wild leopard was in a miserable state. It was hit a few times by Yixian's attacks and was already covered in blood. All right, you've wasted a lot of time. Let me send you to the afterlife. After more than 100 rounds, Yixian had also raised his flowing shadow sword to 90% mastery. However, in order to break through the illusion as soon as possible, he decided to kill this three-tailed wild leopard. But at this moment, "Kid, spare its life." Suddenly, an aged voice rang out, causing Yixian to tremble. This voice should belong to an elder of the Burning Sun Hall. All right, Yixian also stopped attacking, and the three-tailed wild leopard also quietly retreated. After fighting for half a minute, Yixian felt that it was a pity that he did not get anything. However, fortunately, the proficiency of the flowing shadow sword had increased, so it wasn't a loss. With 4 minutes left, Yixian was not in a hurry. He ran in one direction while using his Eye of Revelation and Eye of Perception to scan his surroundings. This illusory realm stretched as far as the eye could see. It was both real and fake, but Yixian used the Eye of Revelation to find the formation base of this illusory realm. Kacha! With a crisp sound, an inconspicuous stone was shattered by Yixian. This was the formation base of the fourth level of the illusory realm. The moment the stone shattered, Yixian's surroundings changed. Junior brother, congratulations on passing the fourth level. That outer sect disciple appeared in front of Yixian again and said with a smile. Just now, he thought that Yixian was overestimating himself. However, he did not expect Yixian to have hidden his strength and break through the fourth level of the illusory realm in less than a minute. This was breaking the record. Yixian only smiled. He also saw the playful smile on the outer sect disciple's face, but he did not say anything. Junior brother, do you still want to challenge the fifth level? The outer sect disciple continued. No, I'll challenge again after I break through. Yixian shook his head. All right, this is your identity token and proof of passing the level. The outer sect disciple did not say anything and directly returned the token to Yixian. In the Hall of Burning Sun, there was only one identity token. If the disciples lost it, they would have to spend a large amount of heaven and earth treasures to replace it. After all, if their identity token fell into the hands of the Yin Palace, they could also exchange it for heaven and earth treasures. At this moment, Yixian only needed to hold this identity token and go to the outer sect's Hall of Experience to receive the rewards for the first to fourth levels of the Tower of Illusion. Thank you, senior brother. After thanking him, Yixian directly left. The scene of him breaking through the fourth level was also noticed by others, but more people's attention was focused on Senior Brother Gao. Senior Brother Gao was still breaking through the sixth level of the illusory realm. Yixian did not bother to pay attention to him and directly left. Young master, where are we going now? Luo asked. To the Hall of Experience to receive the rewards first. We'll come back after breaking through to the mid-stage of the sixth supreme level. Yixian replied. He was only at the early stage of the sixth supreme level. It was good enough for ordinary people to break through to the second level, but he broke through to the fourth level, so the rewards should be enough for him to break through to the mid-stage of the sixth supreme level. Soon, he brought Luo to the Hall of Experience. Senior brother, please help me exchange these rewards. Yixian handed over his identity token and proof of passing the level. The outer sect disciple in the Hall of Experience was stunned for a moment. He could not help but size up Yixian. He was only at the early stage of the 6th supreme level. Junior brother is so strong to break through 4 levels in a row. The outer sect disciple could not help but praise. Then, he immediately went in to prepare the items for Yixian. After a while, he came out with an interspatial ring. The reward for the first level of the Tower of Illusion is 100 high-grade supreme pills. The reward for the second level is... The outer sect disciple muttered as he handed the interspatial ring to Yixian. These rewards were all stipulated. Yixian checked and confirmed that there were no problems. Thank you, senior brother. Yixian thanked him and took out a token. It was the token of the white-haired old woman that Luo had killed that day. Oh, a mid-stage 6th supreme level deacon of the Juyin Palace. 100 high-grade supreme pills. The outer sect disciple took out another 100 high-grade supreme pills and kept the token. After exchanging the rewards, Yixian quickly left. It turns out that the identity token of the enemy camp is so worthless. After leaving the Hall of Experience, Luo could not help but complain. It's not that it's worthless. It's because his realm is too low. If he was a 7 tribulation supremacy, he would definitely get a lot. Yixian said. However, the rewards he received were enough for him to break through to the mid-stage of the 6th supreme level. Immediately, they returned to their residences, and Yixian devoured the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is currently at the mid-stage of the 6th tribulation supremacy. Sure enough, Yixian broke through. Congratulations, young master, Luo said with a smile. My sovereign golden body has improved a lot. Now I can go to the 60-meter platform of the flowing gold waterfall to temper myself, Yixian said with a frown. Chapter 891. The Yingzhu Palace was not far from the Burning Sun Palace, so Yixian could summon his doppelganger once. After fusing, the doppelganger broke through the void and returned to the Yingzhu Palace. Young master, what are you going to do now? Luo asked. I'll go to the flowing gold waterfall to refine my sovereign golden body. Then I'll directly pass the remaining 2 levels of the Tower of Illusion. Yixian told her his plan. I heard that as long as someone can pass the 6th level of the Tower of Illusion, they can directly enter the inner sect, Luo suddenly said. Yes, well, I'm going to the flowing gold waterfall to refine my sovereign golden body. You should also try the Tower of Illusion, Yixian said. His current goal was not only to improve his own strength, but also to improve Loloa's strength. Don't worry, young master. With my current physique, even if I don't have any treasures, my cultivation speed is 10 times faster than others. If I cultivate normally, I'll break through to the peak of the 6th supreme in at most a month. Luo patted her small chest with a proud look. Breaking through to the peak of the 6th supreme in a month. If others heard this, they would definitely think that they were idiots. However, Luo had a special physique, so Yixian was not worried that her strength could not keep up. After breaking through, Yixian went to the flowing gold waterfall again. There were still many people there. Then, he took off his shirt and stood on the platform 60 meters away. The platform was the level of a 7th tribulation supreme. Yixian, a mere 6th supreme, dared to stand on it. He was really courting death. This was what the outer sect disciples were thinking. Unfortunately, they did not see the scene in the illusion. Not only did Yixian not get smashed to death by the small pieces of flowing gold, but he also withstood the impact of the huge water flow. Stupid humans, Yixian rolled his eyes at them and closed his eyes. Last time, he spent a day at the flowing gold waterfall. This time, he would need at least a few days to strengthen. Luo also went to the Tower of Illusion to train, but unfortunately, her ability to break through illusions was not strong enough. She barely passed the 3rd level, but she also obtained many treasures and began to cultivate. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Yi Xian had been persistently tempering his sovereign golden body at the flowing gold waterfall. His monstrous physique had attracted many people's attention. 3 days, it's the third day, he actually persisted for 3 whole days. It's too scary. I could only last for 10 minutes at the 7 a.m. mark, but he actually lasted for 3 days. Come quickly, there are quite a few intersect senior brothers. They're probably here to ask about my constitution. Look, he doesn't seem to be injured anymore. With his sovereign golden body, even the 60-meter-long molten gold can't hurt him. Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes amidst the discussions of the outer sect disciples. 60 meters is already useless to me. The speed of the flowing gold waterfall isn't fast enough. I can only go 50 meters, Yi Xian thought to himself as he left the platform. 50 meters, that was equivalent to a mid-level 7th Supreme Martial Artist. With his current level, he would probably be washed to the bottom in an instant. It's time to try the Tower of Illusion. Yi Xian put on his clothes. Back then, when he was an early level 6 Supreme Martial Artist, he passed the 4th floor of the Tower of Illusion. Now that he had broken through to the mid-level 6 Supreme Martial Artist, with the tempering of his sovereign golden body, it wouldn't be a problem for him to rush to the 6th floor. However, whether he could pass or not still depended on luck. As long as he could pass, he would be promoted to the inner sect. There were still a few inner sect disciples at the flowing gold waterfall. When they saw Yi Xian coming out, they also surrounded him. Yi Xian understood what they wanted to ask, but he gave them a vague answer. In fact, he had a way to make a fortune, and that was through blood. He had the bloodline of the divine tree of life, so he could heal any injuries below the level of 7th Supreme Martial Artist with just 1 or 2 bottles of blood. However, blood wasn't a safe method. If others found out, what if they imprisoned him and made him bleed continuously? Just in case, he didn't use this method. After leaving the flowing gold waterfall, Yi Xian returned to the Tower of Illusion. Luo would occasionally come to the Tower of Illusion these few days, which allowed her to pass the 4th floor. At this time, there were still many people at the foot of the Tower of Illusion. Not only that, Senior Brother Gao from the Ape Clan happened to be challenging the 6th floor of the Tower of Illusion again. However, the illusion this time was different from before. "Young Master, you're here." Luo floated over from a distance. "Yes, I'm going to challenge the 5th floor." Yi Xian nodded. "Oh, if young Master passes the Tower of Illusion, he will be able to enter the inner sect. I don't know when I'll be able to enter." Luo pouted. "What are you afraid of? After a while, I will go and get some treasures for you. At that time, you will be able to improve quickly." Yi Xian patted Luo's head affectionately. Then, he walked to the foot of the Tower of Illusion. Junior brother, it's you." The 6th Supreme Peak Outer Sect disciple who received Yi Xian the other day said in surprise. "Senior brother, I want to challenge the Tower of Illusion." Yi Xian said directly. "Okay, but you know the rules, right? You can no longer receive the rewards for the first 4 floors." The Outer Sect disciple reminded him. "Understood." Yi Xian nodded. This time, he had his eyes on the 5th and 6th floors. The reward for the 5th floor of the Tower of Illusion was 10,000 high-grade Supreme Pills, while the reward for the 6th floor was a Sovereign Golden Pill that could greatly enhance the Sovereign Golden Body. If Yi Xian consumed it specially, he would definitely be able to increase his cultivation by a lot. He might even break through to the 6th Supreme Peak. However, every challenge of the Tower of Illusion had to start from the 1st floor, so it was the same for Yi Xian. 1st floor passed. 2nd floor passed. 3rd floor passed. Yi Xian passed the first 3 floors in less than 3 seconds, and when he reached the 4th floor of the Tower of Illusion, Yi Xian only spent half a minute to find the array base. "Junior brother, the next floor is the 5th floor of the Tower of Illusion. You have to be careful. This level is much more dangerous than the 4th floor." The Outer Sect disciple reminded him. Yi Xian nodded silently. The 4th floor only had 1 7th Supreme Sacred Beast. He estimated that there would be many 7th Supreme Sacred Beasts on the 5th floor. However, he was only at the 6th Supreme Peak back then. Now that he was at the 6th Supreme Peak, his Sovereign Golden Body was probably stronger than a 7th Supreme Peak. What was there to be afraid of? Soon, he entered the 5th floor of the Tower of Illusion. The fifth floor was still a grassland. The sky was blue, and there were hundreds of clouds as far as the eye could see. Yixian looked around and realized that he was standing on a big rock. There's nothing here. Chapter 892. This is a wind spirit. He raised his eyebrows. A wind spirit was a type of mutated beast. He still had a fire spirit in his Devourer space. When he captured the fire spirit, he wanted to give it to Caijue. However, Caijue had no use for it, so he kept it. However, wind spirits, fire spirits, earth spirits, and other mutated beasts were useless at the supremacy level. After all, the era of profundities had long passed. However, these wind spirits appearing on the fifth level were definitely not simple. Whoosh whoosh. At this time, a wind spirit suddenly swept toward Yixian at an extremely fast speed. What a sharp wind blade attack. It's enough to cut off the arm of an ordinary 7th Tribulation Supreme. Yixian was shocked. He quickly retreated and attacked at the same time. Flowing Shadow Sword. Whoosh. A sword ray pierced through the wind spirit. Yixian was shocked. He did not expect that ordinary attacks would be useless against the wind spirit. However, he did not believe it. He raised his hand and slashed a few more times, but it still went through. I need to use palm techniques or fist techniques. Yixian's eyes flickered. Fist techniques and palm techniques had a large attack range and could directly kill the wind spirit. However, Yixian did not know any fist or palm techniques, so he could not do anything to the wind spirit. The wind spirit was extremely fast, and there were 2 of them around. Even the Eye of Revelation could not see their weakness. Therefore, Yixian decided to avoid them for the time being. Fortunately, my speed is extremely fast. I have 7 agility advancements, which increase my movement speed by 70%. These wind spirits can't catch up to me. Yixian turned around and ran. He could not deal with these wind spirits. If he wanted to pass, he had to find the array base of the illusion array. He began to run wildly. A few wind spirits followed behind him, but they could not catch up to his speed. Found it. It's disguised as a stone again. With the Eye of Revelation, he found the array base in less than half a minute. He immediately slashed and destroyed the array base. When the array base was destroyed, the illusion array would disappear as well. However, it did not this time. The illusion array is still there. I did not pass. This means that this is not the only array base. Yixian immediately reacted. It did not mean that there was only one array base. Roar! One by one, the ferocious supreme sacred beasts pounced towards Yixian. However, Yixian knew that they were just illusions, so he chose to ignore them. He continued to run, and within a few seconds, he found another formation base that was disguised as a rock. However, the illusion formation was still not broken. Finally, after shattering 4 of the array bases, he was finally able to break free from the illusion. Congratulations, junior brother, for successfully breaking through. Yixian was teleported to the entrance of the Tower of Illusion. The outer disciple approached him with a smile. Continue to the 6th floor, Yixian said directly. All right. This outer sect disciple immediately realized that he was currently hugging Yixian's thigh, even though his cultivation level was higher than Yixian's. However, before that, Yixian had to go to the Hall of Experience to collect the reward for the 5th level. That was 10,000 high-grade Supreme Sovereign Pills. The Tower of Illusion could be challenged once a day. It was fine to take a break in the middle, but one would have to challenge again the next day. Yixian went to collect the 10,000 high-grade Supreme Sovereign Pills and directly swallowed them. His cultivation level improved by a lot. As for the 6th floor of the Tower of Illusion, there was still one person challenging it, and that was Senior Brother Gao. Junior Brother, the 6th floor of the Tower of Illusion has no time limit, but it is extremely dangerous. If you can't hold on, remember to shout and I will teleport you out. The outer sect disciple reminded. All right, Yixian nodded. Young master, you can do it. As long as you pass this level, you will be an inner sect disciple of the Burning Sun Hall. Luo waved her little fist behind her back and said. As soon as she said that, it immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Just now, they were all focused on the 6th floor, so they did not notice that Yixian had passed the 5th floor. Heavens, How is it possible for a mid-stage 6 Supreme to pass the 5th floor? Where did this brat come from? Senior brother, Gao only passed the 5th floor a few days ago. I recognize him. He is that self-healing maniac who stood 60 meters above the flowing gold waterfall for 3 days. If a mid-stage 6 Supreme passes the 6th floor, it will break the record of the Burning Sun Hall. I remember that the record holder is a peak 6 Supreme. If he enters the inner sect, he will definitely be accepted as a disciple by an elder. That may not be the case. It is a special period now. I heard that there are a few spies from the Yin Palace in the inner sect. It is not that easy to enter the inner sect. The people below were whispering to each other. At this moment, Xian had already entered the Tower of Illusion. Not long after, another projection appeared on the 6th floor of the Tower of Illusion. Everyone's attention was attracted by this new projection. Who will pass first? The 6th floor is actually the same illusion as Senior Brother Gao. After entering the 6th floor of the Tower of Illusion, Xian was a little surprised. Senior Brother Gao's illusion was a magma hell surrounded by a large number of flame demons. However, Xian was looking at a projection that day, so his eye of revelation was unable to distinguish what was real and what was fake. There is no time limit for this level, Xian thought. Although he said so, he still immediately used his eye of revelation to scan the area. He was currently standing on a pillar that was more than 10 meters tall. Beneath his feet was blazing magma, and there were supreme being sacred beasts poking their heads out from time to time. There were also various birds flying in the sky, and even Xian could feel the blazing heat. This magma is actually real, but some places are just illusions. There are only a few magma pools, but some of the magma creatures below are real and some are fake. Xian narrowed his eyes and first looked around. The creatures in this illusion were all old monsters that had lived for many years. They were all captured by the experts of the Burning Sun Palace. They also understood their mission, which was to attack the challengers together with the illusions. However, Xian had already seen through the illusion. He directly jumped down from the stone pillar and went around those supreme being sacred beasts. The creatures in this illusion were comparable to 7th Supreme Being Sacred Beasts, but these Supreme Being Sacred Beasts did not specialize in speed. They only had strong physiques. Xian could not hurt them, but they could not catch up to Xian either. Xian used his extraordinary speed and began to move quickly. With the help of his eye of revelation and eye of perception, he quickly found the array base. In less than a minute, this illusion array was broken. I passed. Seeing that the illusion around him had disappeared, Xian raised his eyebrows. At this moment, he was surrounded by a white world. Since he had passed, why was he not teleported out? Xian could not understand. Right at this moment, suddenly, a powerful mental attack hit him. Xian's mind paused, and in the next moment, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Chapter 893. That Gao Xiong has been trapped in the secret realm for an hour. This kid only took a minute to break the illusion. What a good seedling. However, it won't be that easy for him to enter the inner sect. An inner sect elder muttered in a corner of the Tower of Illusions. The Burning Sun Palace and Zhu Yin Palace have been fighting for hundreds of years. When the disciples of the two sects saw each other, they would fight to the death. Some time ago, a few traitors from Zhu Yin Palace appeared in the inner sect of the Burning Sun Palace, causing the Burning Sun Palace to suffer heavy losses. Therefore, it wasn't that easy to enter the inner sect now. One had to go through a strict secret test. When Xian woke up, he realized that his surroundings had changed. He was back in Lianyun City in the eastern mainland. What's going on? Xian was a little surprised. The moment he woke up, someone pushed the door open and entered. It was Lu'er. He was 14 years old when he transmigrated. Lu'er was younger than him. However, after so many years, he was almost 24 years old. Lu was naturally 20 years old. Lu had been a beauty since she was young. In recent years, she had grown into a slender and elegant woman. Her looks were comparable to Song Sui Jing and Guan Yulan. All these years, she had been taking care of the affairs of the Yi family and was very capable. She pushed the door open and entered. When she saw Xian sitting up, she smiled and said, "Young master, you're finally awake. An important guest is here." "Important guest? Who is it?" Yixian couldn't help but ask. "It's an envoy from Ju-In Palace," Lua replied. Ju-In Palace? Yixian, whose head was still throbbing, trembled when he heard the name. He immediately reacted. With the eye of perception, he didn't sense anyone around him. This lure in front of him was just an illusion. "I'm still in the illusion," Yixian narrowed his eyes. He immediately reacted. This should be the special illusion of the Burning Sun Palace Elder that infiltrated his inner world. A test. I heard that a spy from Ju-In Palace appeared in the inner sect. If I want to enter the inner sect, I have to go through a test. Yixian thought for a moment, then followed lure out. This illusion was extremely realistic. Just now, Yixian had fainted, and when he woke up, his memories were a little confused. If it wasn't for the eye of perception and the eye of insight, Yixian's subconscious would have made him think that he'd returned to Lianyan City. Then, he followed behind Lu, and went to see the Absolute In Palace's envoy. The Absolute In Palace's emissary was an old woman with a powerful aura. Yixian could sense it from afar. She was at least a 7th Tribulation Supreme. "Lord Envoy, the young master is here," Lu said respectfully. The emissary gazed at Yixian and said, "City Governor of Lianyan City, Yixian, now that Yang Incineration Hall has been annihilated by my Inen Palace, all the powers that belong to Yang Incineration Hall must join my Inen Palace. I'll give you 3 days of time to join my Inen Palace. Otherwise, your Lianyan City will be flattened by my Inen Palace." Although her voice was not loud, her tone was firm, and she did not allow Yixian to refuse. Yang Incineration Hall has been annihilated by the Absolute In Palace. Yixian muttered with disdain in his heart. This was all a facade created by the Yang Incineration Hall's elder. He was afraid that if he agreed to join the Absolute In Palace now, he would immediately fail the assessment. That's right. The Absolute In Palace's emissary nodded. Unexpectedly, Yixian suddenly attacked in the next moment. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew. The Absolute In Palace's emissary was shocked and hurriedly blocked the attack. At the same time, he shouted, "What are you doing? I'm a disciple of Yang Incineration Hall. What do you think I'm doing? Die!" Yixian shouted and charged over. In an instant, he exchanged blows with the other party. At this moment, in a corner of the Tower of Illusion, the inner sect elder who controlled the 6th floor of the illusion was a little surprised. In fact, that senior brother Gao had already passed the first illusion on the 6th floor of the Tower of Illusion. At this moment, he was in the 2nd illusion with Yixian. Not only that, senior brother Gao passed the first illusion before Yixian and entered the 2nd illusion. However, after he fainted, his memory was a little blurred. He actually thought that he had returned to his hometown and heard that the Yang Incineration Hall had been annihilated. However, he did not immediately refuse and was considering it. Without a doubt, Yixian was more outstanding than him. Even if the Yang Incineration Hall was annihilated, Yixian would rather die than submit. However, one had to admit that this illusion was very realistic. Yixian actually fought with the Absolute In Palace's emissary. Of course, fighting was one thing, but daring to kill was another. The inner sect elder who controlled the illusion purposely let the Absolute In Palace's emissary reveal a few flaws, which was then caught by Yixian. Die! Yixian mercilessly slashed with his sword and chopped off the head of the Absolute In Palace's emissary. Plop! The head fell to the ground, but the corpse was still standing. Blood spurted wildly. "Why, young master? You're in big trouble," Lu was shocked and hurriedly said. Lu informed the others. "We're moving the clan," Yixian said to Lu. However, in the next moment, his head swelled again and he fainted. However, this was not the only test. After that, he woke up a few more times and almost had his memory confused. Fortunately, he had the eye of perception and the eye of revelation, which allowed him to realize that this was an illusion. There were a total of 5 tests. There was even one where he returned to the Tianshui continent. However, after he reacted, he easily passed these tests. The time taken for the 5 tests added up to only 3 minutes. When Yixian and Senior Brother Gao were conducting the secret illusion test, they would not be projected outside the Tower of Illusion. Not only that, the Intersect Elder could not actually see Yixian's illusion. He could only judge based on Yixian's words and actions. "Young master, why haven't you come out yet?" Luo's voice sounded in Yixian's mind. "All right, I've passed the secret test," Yixian replied. The eye of revelation, the eye of perception, and Luo would not allow him to be immersed in the illusion. After passing the 5 secret tests, Yixian had not yet been sent out of the Tower of Illusion. "Young man, you've passed the test. You can report to the Intersect today." Suddenly, an old voice sounded in Yixian's ears. "Thank you, Senior." Yixian cupped his fists toward the vast expanse of white in front of him. In the next moment, he appeared at the entrance of the Tower of Illusion. Immediately after, he heard a group of cheers. He actually passed. How is this possible? This is unbelievable. Senior Brother Gao is a mid-stage 7th Supreme Being and has tried many times but failed. However, this young man has only come twice and passed. What do you mean by this young man? He's the senior brother from now on. Do you want to die? Unbelievable. A mid-stage 6th Supreme Being actually passed the Tower of Illusion and entered the Intersect. This can be considered as breaking the Burning Sun Hall's record. Chapter 894. Young Master, you passed. Luo jumped over. "I passed," Yixian said with a smile. The reward for the 5th level of the Tower of Illusion was 10,000 high-grade Supreme Pills, while the reward for the 6th level was a Supreme Golden Pill. He had already received the reward for the 5th level, so there was only 1 Supreme Golden Pill left. However, as long as he swallowed this Supreme Golden Body, it would be good enough even if he couldn't pass the tribulation. "Senior Brother Yi, congratulations." The outer disciples all ran over and clasped their fists. Although there were many experts at the peak of the 6th Supremacy among them, and even the 7 Tribulation Supremacy, they were still outer disciples after all. On the other hand, Yixian would probably be able to report to the Intersect tomorrow. Yixian thanked them one by one. However, at this moment, another figure appeared at the entrance of the Tower of Illusion. Yixian turned his head and saw that it was Senior Brother Gao. At this moment, Senior Brother Gao's face was pale, but there was a slight smile on his face. It seemed that he had passed the test too. "Ah, Senior Brother Gao, congratulations." The group of people in front of Yixian immediately turned around and jogged towards Senior Brother Gao. However, Senior Brother Gao ignored them and walked straight to Yixian, saying, "You're the one who passed the test before me, right? It was just a coincidence," Yixian said modestly. At the same time, he was secretly observing Senior Brother Gao's expression. However, Senior Brother Gao patted him on the shoulder and said, "Junior Brother Gao, you're really amazing. You're only at the 6th Supremacy level, yet you've passed the Tower of Illusion and the Intersect Elders test. I'm impressed." Some people would very likely express disdain for Yixian after hearing the truth, but Senior Brother Gao didn't have such feelings. It was no wonder that he could pass the 6th level of the Tower of Illusion. "Big Monkey, my young master is better than you." Luo looked proud. "Haha." Senior Brother Gao couldn't help but laugh, saying, "My name is Gao Xiong. Since Junior Brother Gao has passed the Tower of Illusion, let's report to the Intersect together." "Okay." Yixian also agreed. Immediately, they formed a team and headed to the inner sanctum of the Burning Sun Hall. The Burning Sun Hall had more than 10,000 outer sect disciples, but there were less than 1,000 inner sect disciples. However, other than those with aptitude, most of the inner sect disciples were 7th Tribulation Supremes and were extremely powerful. As outer sect disciples were not allowed to enter the Intersect, Luo could only wait outside. Yixian and Gao Xiong entered the Intersect and went straight to report. An inner disciple said to Yixian and Gao Xiong, "You two, you still have a reporting mission to do. You will depart today and report to the City Lord's mansion in Broken Star City." "Report mission." Yixian raised an eyebrow and exchanged glances with Gao Xiong. Broken Star City was about a day's journey from Burning Sun Temple, and a round trip would only take 2 days. However, they had never heard of reporting missions. I'm sure you've heard that a traitor from the Yin Palace has appeared in the inner sect recently. That's why we have this reporting mission. Of course, the two of you can depart tomorrow as well, said the inner sect disciple. Oh, Yi Xian took the reporting letter and put it into his devouring space. Then they left the inner sect. Senior brother Gao, are you leaving today or tomorrow? Asked Yi Xian. I'm a little tired today. I'll leave tomorrow, replied Gao Xiong. Yi Xian paused and said, then I'll leave first. Take care, senior brother Gao. It was just a reporting mission, so there was no need to move together. Yi Xian guessed that this reporting mission was probably to collect an identity token of the Yin Palace. After he finished speaking, he left with Luo. Of course, before leaving, he went to the training hall to collect a precious sovereign golden pill. The sovereign golden pill was something that all outer sect disciples coveted. At this moment, it was in Yi Xian's hand. Ding! The host has broken through and is now at the peak of the sixth tribulation supremacy. This sovereign golden pill allowed Yi Xian to break through, but it was not to the point where he could pass the seventh tribulation supremacy. Young master, I want to go too. At this moment, Luo suddenly said, yes, let's go together. Yi Xian nodded silently. Immediately, the two of them left the Burning Sun Palace. Fragmentary Star City was not far from the Burning Sun Palace, so the Yin Palace team would not appear to intercept them. However, they were wrong. Less than half a day after they left the Burning Sun Palace, two people stepped into Yi Xian's sensing range. What powerful auras! 2 7th stage supremacies. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. This was the Burning Sun Palace's territory, so it should not be so easy to meet people from the Yin Palace. So Yi Xian guessed that they were from the Burning Sun Palace. At the same time, Yi Xian also hoped that they were from the Burning Sun Palace. Of course, if they were from the Yin Palace, he would not refuse. He could still deal with 2 7th stage supremacies. After all, he had broken through at this time. Luo, be careful. There are 2 7th stage supremacies approaching. Yi Xian hurriedly reminded Luo. Really? If there are only 7th stage supremacies, I am not afraid. Luo looked like she was eager to fight, waving her small pink fists. Junior brother, please wait. Suddenly, a voice came from afar. Yi Xian and Luo paused and turned to look, only to see 2 young men in white approaching. One was in white, and the other was in green. Your Excellency, what's the matter? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked. Junior brother, the 2 of us are also disciples of the Burning Sun Palace. The leading young man in white suddenly took out an identity token. He was indeed an inner disciple. Oh, senior brother, what's the matter? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked. Nothing, I just heard that you were going to the Fragmentary Star City to do a reporting mission. It just so happens that we are also going to the Fragmentary Star City. Why don't we go together? The young man in white smiled. Hearing this, Yi Xian also reminded himself. They were just going to the Fragmentary Star City. Was there a need to go together? No, we planned to rest along the way. Senior brother, please go ahead. Yi Xian directly retreated to the side with Luo, making way for the 2. The young man in white and the other person looked at each other, and a murderous intent suddenly flashed in their eyes. Kill! With a loud shout, the 2 young men in white directly took out their weapons, and then attacked Yi Xian and Luo. Sure enough, these 2 people were fishy. Luo, kill them. Yi Xian's voice sounded in Luo's mind. These 2 people should be the spies of the absolute Yin Palace hidden in the Burning Sun Hall. They hunted the people of the Burning Sun Hall, and then gave their identity tokens to the people of the absolute Yin Palace in exchange for cultivation resources. Humph! I knew these 2 were not good people. Young master, leave the other one to me. Chapter 895. Not only that, even Yi Xian's fighting spirit was ignited. If he could kill these 2 7th Supreme Martial Artist spies from the Juyin Palace, then his cultivation would improve by another level. These 2 people had also heard of the power of Yi Xian's golden sovereign body, so they focused their attention on Yi Xian. Although it was a little unfair to say 2 against 1, this was the reality. After all, Luo was only a mid-stage 6th Supreme Martial Artist. However, These two people soon realized that they were wrong, and very wrong. "You bastards, how dare you attack the young master? You're courting death." Luo snorted angrily and charged towards the disciple in green. 65% claw intent was enough to pose a threat to these two people. The disciple in green also understood that Luo was not ordinary, so he immediately turned around and rushed toward her. "Don't hold back, end this quickly," Yixian said to Luo in her mind. "Okay," Luo responded. In the next moment, Yixian saw a white flash pass by the disciple in green. "This move again?" Yixian was shocked. Luo had used this move to instantly kill the old woman from the Juyin Palace last time. Instantly killing an opponent 2 levels higher, with this talent, entering the inner sect wouldn't be a problem. I'm so tired. This move can only be used once a day," Luo said helplessly. "Once a day? That's already very good." Yixian swallowed his saliva. Of course, the most surprised person was the youth in white. His companion was actually instantly killed by Luo, who was 2 levels lower than him. Furthermore, Yixian wasn't someone he could defeat in a short period of time. He was doomed. "Junior brother, wait. I'm here to test you," the youth in white hurriedly shouted. He would never have thought that Luo would be able to instantly kill his companion. If he was Luo's opponent, then he would be the one to die. What? Yixian and Luo were both shocked. These two people were here to test them? Nonsense. I passed the test long ago. Yixian's suppressed killing intent flashed once more as he shouted. "It's true. The elder in charge of the inspection is nearby." After the white-clothed young man finished speaking, he shouted, "Elder, save me." His appearance seemed to be real. Yixian also hesitated. "Young master, what do we do now?" Luo suddenly looked towards Yixian. Just now, Luo had killed an inner sect disciple. If she killed another one now, it wouldn't make a difference. If what the white-clothed youth said was false, then it would be fine. But if what the white-clothed youth said was true, then it would be a tragedy. After all, they had accidentally killed a disciple who had come to test them. "Luo, we don't care anymore. Kill him." Yixian made his decision. Since he had already killed one, he would kill another one. A spy from the Absolute Yin Palace actually dares to speak nonsense. "Die!" Yixian roared and attacked with all his might. Luo quickly cooperated with Yixian. But at this moment, a figure suddenly flashed over. So fast, Yixian, who had the eye of perception, trembled. He turned his head and saw a gray figure in front of him, protecting the white-clothed youth behind him. "Elder." Seeing this, the white-clothed youth immediately showed a look of hope. This gray figure was an elder dressed in coarse hemp clothes, but his strength was extremely strong. He is at least an 8th Tribulation Supreme Venerable. Yixian and Luo trembled. He was already prepared to hide Luo in the artifact space. He could deal with an early-stage 7th Tribulation Supreme Venerable, but this was an 8th Tribulation Supreme Venerable. He had the strength to kill him instantly. Li Tao is dead? The gray-clothed elder turned his head and looked at the white-clothed youth. "Elder, Li Tao was killed by that little girl." The white-clothed youth pointed angrily at Luo. The gray-clothed elder turned his head and looked at Luo. Being able to kill a 7th Tribulation Supreme Venerable as a 6th Tribulation Supreme Venerable, this aptitude was not a problem for her to enter the inner sect. The gray-clothed elder turned his attention to Yixian and said, "Your assessment is over. Follow me back to the Burning Sun Hall." "You?" Yixian raised his eyebrows. Did this mean that Luo could directly enter the inner sect of the Burning Sun Hall? "Elder, she killed Li Tao." The white-clothed youth shouted angrily. Luo killed the green-clothed disciple just now, and even he was almost killed by Yixian and Luo. How could he not take revenge? "I know, but this is my fault. I will naturally report to the higher-ups when I return." After the gray-clothed elder finished speaking, he turned and left. But the white-clothed youth still wanted to say something, but he restrained himself. He glared at Yixian and Luo, then put away Li Tao's body and followed the elder. "If this person wanted to kill us, it would be easy. It seems that this is indeed the assessment of the Burning Sun Hall, and that reporting mission is just a cover. Yixian thought to himself, who asked them to be so weak? Oh, and their interspatial rings were taken away. Luo was unhappy. Cough, you can also enter the intersect now. It's not bad. Yixian laughed dryly. Originally, this reporting mission was only done by him, and Luo just followed along. Unexpectedly, Luo killed the green-clothed disciple instantly. This was something that the white-clothed youth and the elder of the Burning Sun Hall did not expect. The white-clothed youth and the green-clothed disciple pretended to be members of the Juyin Palace and wanted to kill Yixian and Luo. This was also a test. After all, if Yixian was a member of the Juyin Palace, he would have revealed his identity. Unfortunately, Yixian was not. Soon, Yixian and Luo followed behind the gray-clothed elder and returned to the Burning Sun Hall. The two of you follow me. I will personally bring you to complete the inner sect registration. The gray-clothed elder said to Yixian. Yes. Yixian nodded and followed behind. Along the way, he could feel the envious gazes of the inner sect disciples. At the same time, the whispers of these inner sect disciples fell into Yixian's ears. Elder Han? Among all the elders in the Burning Sun Hall, his strength can be ranked in the top 10? Yixian's eyes lit up. Not only that, he suddenly remembered Elder Han's voice. Previously, he had heard Elder Han's voice in the Tower of Illusion. It turned out that Elder Han was the person who allowed him to enter the inner sect after he completed the test. Soon, Elder Han personally completed the registration for Yixian and Luo. From now on, Yixian and Luo were inner sect disciples of the Burning Sun Hall. However, at this moment, the two of you have good aptitudes. Are you interested in becoming my disciple? After the registration, Elder Han suddenly turned around and asked. When these words came out, the surrounding disciples were all shocked. When an outer sect disciple entered the inner sect, if his aptitude was good, there would be an elder who would accept him as a disciple. However, there were strong and weak inner sect elders in the Burning Sun Hall. This Elder Han was undoubtedly an expert. If they were to become his disciple, then their future would be smooth sailing. Chapter 896. When Yixian and Luo heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other. Young master, do you want to be apprenticed? Luo asked in his mind. This Hall of Burning Sun isn't as simple as we thought. It's not a bad idea to find a powerful master. Yixian replied in his mind. Then he clasped his hands together and said, Disciple Yixian greets master. It was Luo's first time being apprenticed, so she imitated Yixian's actions. Very good. You're my 7th and 8th disciples. There are 6 people before you. Elder Han nodded with a smile and said, Although I, Han Ming, am not the most powerful in the Hall of Burning Sun, I am proficient in the techniques of Juyin Palace. You too can learn a thing or two from me. Proficient in the techniques of Juyin Palace? When Yixian heard this, he was surprised. However, when he recalled Elder Han's methods, he calmed down. Elder Han was an expert. His spiritual attack could make Yixian faint instantly, making him vulnerable. At the same time, he also had the ability to confuse people's memories. However, Yixian wasn't interested in illusionary techniques or spiritual attacks. After all, he already had the Eye of Illusion and the Burning Eye. Elder Han was only able to confuse him previously because of the suppression of their realms. If Yixian were to attack a 4th Tribulation Supreme, his Eye of Illusion could make the other party live in an illusion, never to wake up. A single use of the Burning Eye would definitely cause the other party to suffer a mental breakdown. However, this was a good teacher for Luo. Luo's spiritual power was naturally higher than other races. If she learned illusionary techniques and spiritual attacks, her strength would increase exponentially. She might even be able to increase the effect of her charm. All right, since the two of you have become my disciples, these are my welcome gifts. Elder Han suddenly took out 2 jade bottles from his Qian Kuan ring. Yixian and Luo each took a jade bottle. When they opened it, they were stunned. Sovereign golden pills, and 5 of them. Yi Xian was shocked. It wasn't easy for him to pass the 6th floor of the Tower of Illusions, but he only managed to obtain 1 sovereign golden core. However, this Elder Han gave him 10 sovereign golden cores in one go. Experts were indeed filthy rich. Little girl, your cultivation level is still too low. Hurry up and raise it. Otherwise, you won't even be able to learn a thing or two from me. Elder Han looked at Luo and said, Hee, Master, I won't disappoint you. Luo wasn't the least bit pretentious, as she directly kept the 5 sovereign golden pills. Not only that, but Yi Xian also hurriedly kept them into the devouring space. With these 5 sovereign golden cores, he would definitely be able to pass the tribulation, and the success rate would definitely be 100%. You all can refine the sovereign golden pill first. I still have some matters to attend to. If you have any problems, come and find me. After Elder Han finished speaking, he quickly left. As for Yi Xian and Luo, they left under the envious gazes of the surrounding disciples as they headed towards their newly allocated residences. Young master, I'm going to refine the sovereign golden core. After returning to her residence, Luo immediately closed the door. The sovereign golden core was the same as the jade blood essence pill. It could greatly enhance the sovereign golden core, and at the same time, increase one's cultivation level. Even a 7 tribulation supremacy would be envious. Luo had obtained 5 sovereign golden cores at once, and her cultivation level was only at the 6 tribulation supremacy stage. If she used her bloodline to refine all 5 sovereign golden cores, it wouldn't be a problem for her to break through to the 7 tribulation supremacy stage. Yi Xian didn't want to let Luo surpass him, so he hurriedly swallowed the 5 sovereign golden cores. The sovereign golden cores suddenly increased by a large amount. Ding, the host has met the requirements to pass the tribulation. The current success rate is 100%. Do you want to pass the tribulation? The long-awaited system notification sounded. Yes. Yi Xian immediately replied. Since the success rate was 100%, he naturally wanted to pass the tribulation directly. Immediately, tribulation lightning began to gather in the sky above the courtyard. The sovereign tribulation was very powerful, and countless people had died because of it, let alone the 7th tribulation. However, Yi Xian's sovereign golden body was already comparable to an ordinary 7th tribulation supremacy stage, and after refining the 5 sovereign golden cores, it was even more powerful. A mere 7th tribulation supremacy stage was nothing to him. Soon, the sovereign tribulation lightning struck. 1 ray, 2 rays, 3 rays, 7 sovereign tribulation lightning strikes were completed in one go. Yi Xian stood quietly in the courtyard, not even frowning. Ding! Tribulation successful. Current 7th tribulation supremacy stage. Beginning to reconstruct the sovereign golden body. After the 7th sovereign tribulation lightning struck, Yi Xian finally broke through to the 7th tribulation supremacy stage. I finally broke through to the 7th tribulation supremacy stage. Now I can be considered an advanced supremacy stage. Yi Xian was bursting with confidence. Now he could go to the flowing gold waterfall to refine his sovereign golden body. When he was at the 6th tribulation supremacy stage, he could challenge 60 meters. Now that he had broken through to the 7th tribulation supremacy stage, it wouldn't be a problem for him to reach 40 meters. After informing Luo, Yi Xian directly left and headed for the flowing gold waterfall. The flowing gold waterfall was still the same. It was extremely quiet. Other than the sound of the waterfall, there weren't many sounds. However, Yi Xian's appearance immediately attracted the attention of many people. That madman is here again. How many meters is he going to challenge this time? I heard that he passed the 6th level of the Tower of Illusion. He should have gone to report for the mission. Why is he back? Could it be that he has already completed the mission? That can't be. Senior Brother Gao just set off. Yi Xian ignored these voices and directly rushed to the flowing gold waterfall. This time it was 50 meters. 50 meters, as expected of madman. When the crowd saw this, they were all shocked. However, in the next moment, they were all shocked. 50 meters corresponded to the seventh tribulation supremacy stage. However, after Yixian went up, the water flow accelerated by the array couldn't even break through Yixian's golden body of supremacy. Oh my God, my golden body of supremacy is so strong that it can directly cross 50 meters? Yixian was shocked. Immediately, he rushed to the 40-meter position. It's done. I wonder how long it will take this time. Yixian began to temper his golden body of supremacy. He estimated that after this time, he might be able to pass the 8th tribulation of supremacy. Of course, one's realm had to be high enough to pass the tribulation. Otherwise, one wouldn't be able to receive the tribulation of supremacy. The group of people below looked at Yixian and were already shocked to the point of prostrating themselves on the ground. However, it wasn't that easy for Yixian to temper his golden body of supremacy this time. On the 5th day after he arrived at the flowing gold waterfall, a few people came to look for him. When the group of disciples below saw him, they were also a little surprised. Isn't that Senior Brotherly? I heard that he went out to train, and now he's back. Senior Brotherly is an expert who can squeeze into the top 100 of the inner disciples. Last year, he failed to pass the 8th tribulation of supremacy, and his cultivation level regressed. He should be back now. I wonder when he will pass the tribulation again. I heard that Senior Brother Li's younger brother, Li Tao, died. Could this be the reason? What Li Tao? The people below whispered to each other. However, their discussion couldn't escape Yixian's ears. At this moment, Yixian opened his eyes. Li Tao's older brother? He raised his eyebrows. That Li Tao was the disciple in green who was instantly killed by Lulua's ultimate move. He didn't expect that he had a brother who was at the peak of the 7th tribulation supremacy stage. He turned his head and saw a familiar figure. It was the young man in white from that day. At this moment, the young man in white was pointing at him and talking to a man beside him. Chapter 897. You're Yixian? The man said to Yixian from afar. Yixian flew out of the flowing gold waterfall and said, That's right. Where's the girl who killed my brother? Senior Brotherly shouted angrily. This sentence made the surrounding people tremble. Senior Brother Li Tang's brother, Li Tao, was really dead? Your brother's skills were inferior, so it's fine that he died. Why? Do you want to avenge him? Yixian took out a shirt and put it on, then rushed in front of Li Tang. You're courting death. Li Tang was furious. How could he not be angry when his brother was dead? Moreover, Yixian dared to talk to him like that. He was courting death. However, just as he was about to attack, the white-clothed youth suddenly stood in front of him. Senior Brother Li, don't be rash. There are sect rules. The white-clothed youth hurriedly reminded him. Then what do you think we should do? Li Tang looked at the white-clothed youth. At this time, Li Tang also knew that Yixian and Luo were already under Elder Han Ming's tutelage, so it was impossible to kill them. Otherwise, Li Tang would have killed Yixian long ago. But at this time, Li Tang Wang Chengping. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Everyone turned their heads and saw a black-clothed youth rushing over. Li Tang, Wang Chengping, you two were randomly selected for a training mission. You'll be forming a team soon. Go and gather immediately. The black-clothed youth said to Li Tang. Damn it! Li Tang cursed in his heart. He didn't dare to curse in public. After all, this black-clothed youth status was higher than his. Also, is junior brother Yixian under Elder Han Ming here? The black-clothed youth suddenly shouted. Yixian looked at the black-clothed youth in surprise and said, I'm Yixian. Senior brother, what's the matter? Training Elder summons you. The black-clothed youth said. Training Elder. Hearing this name, Yixian raised his eyebrows. This training elder had a high status in the Burning Sun Hall. His strength was ranked in the top 5. He was the hall master of the training hall and often issued training missions. However, Yixian didn't accept the mission. Why was he summoned? It seemed that he had also been selected by that random experience mission. When Li Tang heard these words, he immediately revealed a sinister smile. Not only that, the white-clothed young man also did the same. Yixian didn't think too much about it. He packed up and left with the black-clothed youth. Li Teng and the white-clothed youth follow behind him, sneering all the way. Very quickly, the black-clothed youth brought Yi Xian and the others to the training hall. At this moment, there were already quite a few inner court disciples gathered here. Luoluo's voice rang in Yi Xian's mind. He turned his head and found that Luoluo was also in the training hall. A few days ago, he was tempering his sovereign golden body at the flowing gold waterfall. Luoluo was called by Han Ming to guide him. At the same time, Luoluo had also broken through to the peak of 6 supremacy. In a few days, she would be able to undergo her tribulation. Senior brother Li, that's her. At this moment, the white-clothed youth suddenly pointed at Luoluo. Li Teng had also noticed Luoluo and immediately revealed an angry expression. Young master, who is this guy? Luoluo asked, not understanding the situation. That's Li Tao's brother. Yi Xian casually replied. Oh, Luoluo naturally wouldn't forget the unlucky guy who was instantly killed by her. Although she was 3 realms lower than Li Teng, Luoluo still had a calm expression. Luoluo, what's going on now? Yi Xian looked at the surrounding inner disciples and asked curiously. Luoluo replied, We've been selected. Next, we have to form a team with the others and do the training mission together. But we just entered the inner sect. Yi Xian was puzzled. I'm not sure either. Master can't do anything about it. Luoluo helplessly shook her head. So it's mandatory. Yi Xian was also slightly helpless. However, he suddenly understood the gazes of Li Teng and the white-clothed youth. After Yi Xian, more inner disciples came in one after another. These disciples who were selected weren't weak. The weakest was a 7th supremacy, and the strongest was a mid-8th tribulation supremacy. They were considered the top disciples in the Burning Sun Hall. Not long after, the training elder also appeared. So strong. Is this a 9th tribulation supremacy? Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. A 9th tribulation supremacy was enough to annihilate everyone present. Everyone, a new round of training missions has been issued. Next, you will form a small team of 5 to complete the mission. If you complete the mission, you will receive a large amount of contribution points. Of course, you can also refuse. If anyone refuses, you can withdraw on the spot. The training elder glanced at the dozens of people below. I withdraw. I'm about to undergo my tribulation. Someone immediately shouted. All right, you can go. The training elder nodded. At this moment, Luoluo asked in his mind, Young master, are we going? Go. Yi Xian replied. This was a randomly selected mission. The contribution points were higher than ordinary missions. Completing one was equivalent to completing 3 ordinary missions. Therefore, not many people withdrew. In the end, only 4 people withdrew. Very good. Next, I'll divide you into groups. The training elder nodded and began to call out names. Although these dozens of inner disciples were randomly selected, they weren't randomly assigned to groups. Various factors had to be considered. Yi Xian stood there quietly. He only hoped that he would be assigned to the same group as Luoluo. Wang Gang, Li Teng, Yi Xian, Lu Taining, Wang Chengping. The training elder shouted. Hearing this, Yi Xian and Luoluo's expressions changed. They weren't assigned to the same group. This was troublesome. Young master, don't worry. Even if I can't beat them, I still have many ways to escape. Once I break through, no one among the 7 tribulation supremacies will be able to do anything to me, Luoluo said hurriedly. When Yi Xian heard this, he felt a lot more at ease. Unfortunately, he was assigned to the same group as Li Teng. Of course, he also knew that this was just luck. After all, Li Teng didn't have the ability to command a 9th tribulation supremacy. Wang Gang is the youth in black who brought me here just now. He's a peak 7th tribulation supremacy. Li Teng is also a peak 7th tribulation supremacy. Wang Qingping is the youth in white. He's an early stage 7th tribulation supremacy. Lu Taining is a mid-stage 7th tribulation supremacy. Yi Xian thought about it in his mind. If it was before, he would have been afraid. However, now that he had broken through to the 7th tribulation supremacy, he wasn't afraid even if the 4 of them joined forces. What was there to be afraid of when it was just Li Teng and Wang Qingping? Kid, you're dead meat. Li Teng stood behind Yi Xian with a fierce gaze.